This meeting is being recorded.
I do. Okay. Why'd you raise your hand? I don't know why. Okay. Why did I raise my hand? Take my hand down. I did.
I don't see Scott.
He's mysteriously, I'm so skinny that you can't see me between.
As a reminder, we're live now, everybody. The
Yeah, you're
attendees, the
there.
public is in.
Yeah. I didn't realize you were at the meeting, Scott. I'm sorry.
It's even skinnier.
Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone to our June 13th, 2023 City Council meeting. In the interest of government transparency with regards to deliberations and decisions made by the City Council and according to open meeting law, since this meeting was posted as a Zoom meeting, this meeting is recorded by video and audio and will be conducted by remote participation. Additionally, the votes taken by the City Council during this and future remote meetings will be by roll call vote. If you're calling in on a phone, you can press *9 to request to speak. If you're watching on a computer or device, there is a raised hand button that you can tap or press to request to speak. Please use either of these options during oral communications to be recognized. Non-discrimination statement opener for our City Council meeting reads as follows. It's the finding of the City of Gloucester that no individual should be denied equal treatment or opportunity because of their age, ancestry, color, disability, including intellectual and developmental, mental disability, family status, immigration status, gender identity or expression, military status, marital status, national origin, race, religion, sex, or sexual orientation. I'd like to begin by announcing the names of the city councilors who are on our call tonight. First of all, here in the Harbor Masters conference room is Scott Memard, who chairs BNF. And because this is largely a BNF budget meeting, we're here in person. And me, Val Gilman, I'm the Ward 5 City Councilor and Council President. Also on the Zoom call tonight, first of all, Frank Margiotta, who is our Ward 3 City Councilor. We have Jason Groh, who is at large. We have Jeff Worthley, who is at large. We have Councilor Tracy O'Neill, who is our Ward 2 representative. We have Jamie O'Hara, who is at large. And we have Sean Nolan, who is our vice chair of the City Council, and he is our Ward 5 City Councilor. I think that, and Tony Gross. Tony Gross is at large. So we have all the councilors here, and let me just introduce members of city staff. Here with us in the Harbor Masters conference room, we have John Dunn, who is our CFO, and we have Kenny Costa, who is our auditor, and of course, Joanne Sinos, who is our city clerk. Other members of city staff that are on the call include Jen Benedict, who is our executive director of the library, and we also have, looks like we have our harbor master who is, nope, it's the harbor master's room, I'm sorry. Jill Cahill, who is our CAO, is on the call. Thank you, Jill. And I don't see anyone else that is a member of city staff. I will tell you that we have 27 attendees. And let me just scroll here to see if we have any more members of city staff.
Did you get Nancy?
Excuse me?
Did you get Nancy?
Oh, Nancy Pappas, who is our heads up our assessor's office. Thank you. Welcome. Okay. So we're going to begin the meeting tonight with oral communications. So first order of business, Madam Clerk.
So there's all communication.
Thank you. The public shall have the opportunity at every regularly scheduled meeting to be heard under oral communications on matters not appearing on the agenda. Oral communications shall allow any resident who has a request or complaint of any nature relative to city business to appear before the council, state their problem without debate, and the matter shall be referred to the proper agency through the office of the mayor. The resident will be notified within a 2-week period relative to the disposition of same, and a copy shall be forwarded to the city council. Persons speaking on oral communications shall be limited to 3 minutes each. Tonight, I am the timekeeper, but Joanne is kindly going to do the timing with 3 minutes each after you introduce your name and address. And then at 2 minutes and 50 seconds, she is going to show me the time and I'm going to say 10 seconds. And we ask that you end on time. We certainly appreciate that. And I want to be clear that the matters on oral communications are matters that are not on the agenda tonight. So we're not taking public comments at this point on matters that are budget items or things that are on the consent agenda that you might see. Those are not included in public comments. So, so we encourage the first person that would like to speak to matters on the agenda. I see some hand raises. We have.
Val, can you hear me?
I can, Council Nolan. Yep. Are you good?
I can speak.
Oh, go ahead, Council Nolan, you have the floor. I can see your hand and it's not moving.
Must be frozen.
I think you're frozen. Council Nolan, we can't, you are the only person frozen right now on this call. So can you try to log? Okay. Can I hear you now?
Okay.
I can't, we can't hear you. And you look, you're frozen. Would you be kind enough to log off and come back on and see if we can get you a better connection? Can you hear me, Council Nolan? Okay. I'm going to continue with the meeting right now, and we're on oral communications. And I would like to ask the first person that is signed on to introduce yourself and your address, and you have 3 minutes to talk to us for matters not on the agenda. Charlie Crowley, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, my name is Charles Crowley. I live at 19 Biskie Head Point, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to reiterate the requests you've heard for water, deep water on Biskie Head Point and Rust Island. I want to particularly address your attention towards the Biskie Head Point side. I live at 19 Biskie Head Point, directly adjacent to Herons Way Marina. Herons Way Marina docks 50 boats, and they're pretty good sized boats. You can guess about 10,000 gallons of fuel. Right at the head of the marina is a water hydrant. The fire hydrant has on it a big ring collar that says out of service. And that has been out of service for 35 years since that line was run. They ran the line, the marina, the original developers ran the line, but never hooked it up. The hookup point is across the highway, directly across the highway. There is a fire hydrant at Lobsterland. We've been trying for 35 years. That has not been hooked up. That is a fire hydrant on a public way. We would like to have it hooked up. It's a safety issue. It should be done. Second issue is, until such time as it's done, we would like to ask the fire department prepare a plan for how they would fight a fire on Biskie Head Point. So that is my specific request, that the mayor instruct the fire department to prepare a plan for how they would fight a fire on Biskie Head Point. I'd like to point out that when I asked the fire department how they would fight a fire here, this was at the time when I purchased my house, when they were doing the inspection of my fire alarms, they said, quote, "We would bring the marshmallows." It's not an adequate response. Secondly, we would like to ask that the fire department actually run a fire drill. This is a tremendous amount of running hoses, pumps, all sorts of things. But as they're doing training for other things, we'd like to ask that they actually run a fire drill for how they would get to it. They really kind of say they don't know how. So let's actually have them run a fire drill. Second specific request is to ask that they do that. They run a drill. Third specific request is that Heron Way Marina is in the process right now of building a new pier. The pier has none of their state required firefighting infrastructure that is required on all piers. This means standpipes every 150 feet. Well, they're not putting it in there because there's no water. Well, darn it, we want to get water. And when we get water, we want to have adequate infrastructure in place. So we're asking that absolutely no waivers be given on that permit, and that the fire department enforce state regulations that they put in that stuff. All right, I appreciate your time. I know you're busy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie. Next person. And we have Council Nolan is back, and it looks like he's not frozen anymore. Council Nolan, can you give me a hands up, a thumbs up that you can hear us loud and clear? Oh. Okay, Council Nolan is frozen again, so
Maybe call in.
Council Nolan, if you can hear us, maybe you could call in for a bit until you get your connection back. Okay, he's gonna try again. So next person to come into the call, Patty Emerald, welcome. Could you introduce yourself? And you have up to 3 minutes to speak to us for matters not on the agenda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay, Patty Emerald, 14 Myrtle Square. As I was walking downtown today to get my Gloucester Encounters copies, I have been noticing a lot of places in the city that's unkept. And I know this is our 400th, so I'm wondering, are we getting things ready for this year, for next year, for the 400th? Because I'm just confused. Like, when I was at Stage Foot Park for Memorial Day, the grass was up to my shins. It hadn't been mowed in a while, and that was Memorial Day. Now, I went by the library to get my beach stickers, and the whole library has not been weeded for a long time, and it really doesn't need much. But to let it look like that, I just am wondering about, we do have all kinds of tourists, and we do things for tourists in our city, as we know. And so I'm wondering, this is the 400th, and some things need to be done that isn't being done. I'm just wondering about this, why these things are not being done. I was at the Oval again today. I put a C-click fix in a couple months ago, looking for mulch. It really does need the mulch. There's all brick showing on the side and everything, and it really does need some care. We could easily put a park and recreation commission together. I'm not sure why we don't want to do this. It only takes one city official from the DPW an hour a month, and then 5 people from each ward. Now, I've already got, I would say, I would stand up for my ward in Ward 2. And Denise Vescucci already said she'll stand up for her ward over on Bond Street. I'm not sure what that is. I'm sure we can get 3 more people to get on this commission. We need to do something, for number one, for the safety, not even because it just looks horrible and it's unkept, but the fact that if we're celebrating our 400th and Stage Foot Park is so in construction, I'm just not getting the timing of it all. So I know I'll get another letter in the mail that will say everyone's working hard, and I know you're working hard. I'm working hard too. I'm probably going to have to go down and weed whack Joseph's Memorial again, because that never gets done. And so I will stay on that. I do what I can do, but that's all I can do. I mean, so somebody needs to step up to the plate, please, for the safety of people. And also, people are asking about the sprinkler at Burns Field. Everybody asked about the sprinkler at Burns Field. If we could please get that going this year for the people in the inner city, it would really be so kind. I know the weather doesn't look like we need it, but eventually we will have warm weather. So thank you very much. And as you can hear my granddaughter in the background, now, before I used to do things for my son, and now I'm doing things for my granddaughter. So let's do it for our young people and make our parks and playgrounds and open spaces safe for everyone to enjoy, residents and the tourists who come to our city. Also, Stage Foot Park was, Stage Foot Park was painted. Please have our sidewalk, our crosswalks painted in everywhere, the whole city, because we do need it. They're hard to see. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Next person. Linda McCarriston. Linda, would you introduce yourself and your address, and you have up to 3 minutes to talk to us. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Linda McCarrison, 16 Quarry Street. And I just want to repeat something that I mentioned. I don't remember when it was, but I would like to have included in our list of protections. You just named it, the human rights, whatever it is, the list of everyone who's going to be protected from discrimination in the city. I'd like to include persons viewpoint discrimination or viewpoint as well as content. Those two seem to go together, but content and viewpoint also were both included in the Barron case recently. I think the content was that Mrs. Barron was asserting that the council or selectmen had not been following the open meeting law. Anyway, I would like to see content and viewpoint included in among those human rights protections for us in Gloucester when we are speaking, when we're speaking in public or when we're speaking to our elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Next person with your hand raised. Peg Russell, welcome. If you'd introduce yourself and your address, you have 3 minutes to speak to us.
Hi, yes, 65 Middle Street as a resident and 67 Main Street as a business owner. I've asked quite a few people downtown to participate. Last week, we discussed the National Grid work downtown, and I am pleased to report and very grateful to everybody, including all of the city councilors, Jill Cahill, all the folks that I've been in touch with over the last many weeks about it. And we've gotten actually a stay of execution, as I've referred to it. And it sounds like by Friday, they're going to get off the street. But as I understand it from several other council members that Mr. O'Hara, Mr. Worthley, Ms. O'Neill, Mr. Gross, and others, that there is a ordinance proposal that there would be a no construction of a non-essential or emergency nature for any downtown construction or, citywide during the months, critical months for business and for tourism from May 15th till September 15th. And I absolutely support that. I think many of the people we've spoken to over the many days are on board with that. It seems kind of elemental to me, considering our city's peak season. And going back to the previous caller about Stage Fort Park, yes, I was there yesterday doing some photo promotions for my store. That looked a mess. I joked with Councilor Gross and Ms. Gilman on an email thread this morning that they've had 399 years to prepare for the 400th anniversary of this beautiful city, and woefully unprepared, I'm afraid. I think that having building materials scattered about the city on the main streets and in our beautiful park, Stage Fort Park, where children could trip on them, where there's like literally a sign that says "Do not enter" at the sort of mouth of Stage Fort Park, leading down a beautiful path on a beautiful summer day. To have that kind of building and construction debris scattered about looks really unprepared for this momentous occasion. But I will say, and want to compliment members of the council, et cetera, for getting on this ordinance concept. I think it's genius, and I think it's long overdue. And I'm hoping that other downtowners will weigh in. I had very significant difference in sales between the construction being right parked in front of my store and the following week. I will share with the group that Thursday, June 1st, when they began the work and I had a backhoe in front of my store, my sales for the day were $109.50 in peak season. The following Thursday, over $1,500, which is what we need and expect during June and the months leading up to, the summer months, the tourist months. I will conclude by saying thank you very much to everybody who rallied to the cause. GDT ran an article about it today. That was very helpful. And I hand it over to various other members of downtown who apparently also have called in. So I'm pleased for the attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Appreciate it. Anyone else like to speak to the council for matters not on the agenda? Pam Steele, would you introduce yourself and your address, and you have 3 minutes to talk to us about matters not on the agenda. Welcome.
Hi, hope everyone's well. Pam Steele, 10 Pilots Hill. It's interesting that this has been brought up because I've been thinking about it for a long time. And I think where the problem lies is when they got rid of the Parks and Recreation Department. You just keep putting more on the plate of the DPW. And every time I get off, I think, how could anybody humanly possible manage all that you guys are putting on the DPW? I think they're fabulous. I don't know, the ins and outs, but it just seems like common sense to me that it's too much. It's just too much. I know that a couple of summers ago, I brought people over to see the West Parish and the weeds were up to the windows. So we really do need a Parks and Recreation. I could write up something and submit it. And if you would support it, we could maybe get it through. It would be great. Got a lot of parks. We have a beautiful city and we really need to take better care of it. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your work.
Thank you, Pam. Appreciate it. Next person with your hand raised. We have Marianne Boucher. Welcome, Marianne, your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to chat with us for matters not on the agenda.
Thank you, Marianne Albert Boucher, 93 Mount Pleasant Avenue. First of all, I'd like to thank Val Gilman, who sat in for Greg Berger last week. I one phone call and email to each one of you in regards to the memorial bricks at the Maxwell Parsons Playground were being dismantled. Friday night, the farewell event, people were taking bricks. A couple days later, as school dismissed, while children were on the playground, members of the school came out and were trying to dismantle the bricks. Whether or not this can take place or could not take place, it was very disheartening to watch it happening in front of children. One child even asked, they're taking away our school, now they're going to take away our playground. There's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of rumors as to what will be happening with the Maxwell Parsons Playground. I have an email here. I started March 7th, 2021 to Mr. Lummis. I've asked several times of the school committee. I've asked several times of the city council and our mayor to please let us know what the plan is moving forward, because I knew this would happen. We had a lot of crying people at East Gloucester School today. While some may be very excited to see a new school, there were a lot of very sad neighbors and parents and children alike. And I would ask moving forward if we could have a clear picture on what is going to take place for the Lieutenant Arthur Maxwell Parsons Playground, as well as what will take place on the site of the East Gloucester School. I sit here with a newspaper dated December 14th, 2020, and it talks about how the property of the East Gloucester School will be placed under the protection of Article 97 of the amendments of the Constitution of the Commonwealth to be preserved for municipal park and open space purposes. And then under that, it says no curve balls. Well, I don't think any balls have even been thrown because we have no idea what's going on. I think we've been wonderful neighbors. I've lived next to that school, the direct abutter, for 62 years. We've been wonderful, wonderful neighbors to the school. And we just ask that the school and the city respect the neighbors and give us the same treatment that we have given to the school for all of these years. We love that school. We love our neighborhood. It was a great community meeting place. Just so many things that we will lose. And we hope that the Maxwell Parsons Playground is not going to be dismantled, as some people have said. We're very concerned about that. We're very concerned, as I want to thank Val Gilman for putting a stop to the bricks being dismantled. And the children, please, for the children, can we just tell the adults what's going to happen so that we can move forward and we can all be at ease? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Appreciate it. Anyone else have their hands raised? We have Jeff Tarr. Jeff, welcome. If you'd introduce yourself and your address, you have 3 minutes to talk to us for matters not on the agenda.
Hey, thank you very much, Counselor. I just want to thank everybody for hearing me last week, the last month meeting regarding Eastern Avenue and the construction that was going on. I understand tonight is something on the agenda about, making some streets workable after September 15th and before May 15th. Totally supportive of it. One of the things I think it's very important for the future of paving, of construction, is the DPW director needs to talk to the police. I think it's important that the police are involved when there's construction that is within a quarter of a mile, such as Eastern Avenue, East Main Street, and Schoolhouse Road. We can't have that again. It creates too much, a nightmare of traffic. If something's done in East Gloucester, West Gloucester, down in Val Kilman's neighborhood, that's one thing. But when you put 3 construction projects, and that's okayed by the DPW director, that's just wrong in one neighborhood. So I like the idea of having a restriction, but I also would like the idea that perhaps the DPW director can get together with the police chief when this stuff is going on and possibly come up with a better idea on when things should be done. Police do traffic, DPW does construction. They got to communicate with each other. So thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you, Jeff, for being on the call. We appreciate it. Anyone else like to speak to the council for up to 3 minutes on matters not on the agenda? Arwen Severance, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear. If you could,
Okay, thank you. Hi, thanks.
That would be great.
Thank you. So my name is Arwen Severance. I own the bookstore downtown at 61 Main Street. I wanted to be here tonight to share my thoughts and concerns and views on the work that's been going on Main Street and adjoining streets these past few months. I've been speaking with Peg from Pop Gallery who just spoke, and I have a lot of the same thoughts as Peg, but and I believe a lot of the businesses, both retail, dining, I know many residents are feeling very similar. The work that's been going on since March has been extensive and extremely detrimental to our downtown. Like I've heard a few times from a few different people, Gloucester is celebrating its 400th anniversary this year. We have so many events and celebrations that are coming up. We really need to have a welcoming, safe, beautiful downtown Gloucester to share with everyone that's coming to help us celebrate. And I do appreciate that the work with National Grid has been halted as of Friday. And I thank everyone that has returned emails and come to our stores to talk to us about it, and worked really hard to get this work halted. I really appreciate everyone that's helped out with that. I would also support this proposed ordinance to protect main areas in town from any major works that would happen between May 15th and September 15th. Like Peg said, we have a few months to really kind of to do our business, and it gets us through the winter so that we can stay here on Main Street. We've been here almost 50 years, the bookstore, it'll be 50 in 2025. So it's imperative that, that we are heard. Communication was another area that I would love to touch upon. I believe it's a crucial thing that we need to work on. We weren't told about any of this stuff that was happening, and it would have been helpful if we could have prepared with our staffing, with our hours, with letting our customers know. You know, I had people trying to walk in the bookstore and there was literally pebbles coming at them. It was really unsafe. So that's kind of all I really wanted to talk about too. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak and for all the work that everyone has done to get this work halted so that we can really enjoy this summer. That's supposed to be our one of our biggest ones yet, with the 400th celebrations that are happening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arwen. Happy 50 years of business too. That's pretty exciting. Anyone else like to speak to the council for matters not on the agenda? Gregory Doe, welcome. If you'd introduce yourself, name, and you have 3 minutes to talk to us for anything that's not on the agenda.
Yeah, hi, my name is Gregory Doe, 7 White Mountain Road. I believe tonight's vote is on the approval of city budget. That's pretty much a done deal. So I'm probably beating a dead horse on some of these subjects. As you know, my concerns about water service and delivery and fire protection, but also the beauty and operation of our city. I've asked and received insufficient replies from the mayor's office on how our city is dealing, budgeting and approving water installation and choosing roads where we decide to put water lines down. When and who approves this work? And how can Becker Circle, Rust Island, all the other neighborhoods get on the list? Becker Circle has been trying to do it for 20+ years and really have gotten no results at all, just lip service. I've also asked for an action report from the fire department and how they're going to handle fires up here in my neighborhood. 20 years ago, I asked for this. Never heard any answer from it. We'll move on to the beauty of the city. What's going on with Statesville Park? As you know, we all should be embarrassed. The mess up there. Supply delay, COVID delay, stop making excuses. It should never have been started, or it should have been finished last fall. Now someone's painted the sidewalk a beautiful maroon color. What were they thinking? Or is that a third lane? I'm not quite sure. Does anybody know? Or is that a parking lane? The boulevard pavement is a mess, potholes, everything. The West End, well, you've heard enough about that. Main Street, what were they thinking on that? Who made that decision to dig up Main Street? Who makes these decisions? They're removing the historic pavers, not historic in the old sense, but made the neighborhood very beautiful, and to lay down asphalt. Who makes these decisions? And now they've decided to stop construction. The businesses are very happy, I understand that. But they've also left the sidewalks a mess, asphalt, steel plates in the road, temporary asphalt. Really, what's going on? What else do I got?
You have
That's
40
it.
seconds.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Good night.
Good night. Anyone else like to speak to us? Caroline Harvey, welcome. Would you introduce yourself and your address? You have 3 minutes to talk to us about anything that's not on our agenda tonight.
Hi, and thank you. I'm Caroline Harvey. I'm the co-owner of Dogtown Books at 132 Main Street. I just wanted to be another voice to echo that the construction is quite disruptive. We also face the giant construction that's happening in the old Y building. So just to alert the council and anyone listening, as that construction has been happening in the back, we've had our internet and phone lines cut clear through twice, and also the basement was flooded. And also a lot of shaking and vibrating, of course, in the store, which does create an environment in which things fall. So that's quite unsafe. And with the flooding, we then had the construction in the back, National Grid out front, as well as hoses to pull the water out of the basement. It's almost paralyzing in its shockingness, just how laughably impossible it is for people to get down Main Street. Of course, we've all been talking at you, so I don't know what you've already planned or what might be in motion, but I am hopeful through the efforts of our other retail neighbors and city councilors and staff that there will be some pause happening on this. I do think it truly is a trifold of it's dangerous. It's putting our businesses to sleep. I echo, Peggy, what you said about the dramatic decrease in sales when no one can get in your store, versus a week when there's no construction and the numbers are where they should be. And also we're at the point where we just have to do the best we can to look like a functioning city for all these tourists that we've invited to show up this summer. You know, you tell the universe your plans and it becomes quite funny. We're not expecting perfection, but whatever efforts can be made to pause the digging up and intense explosive vibration of Main Street, as well as those things pause, whatever mild cleanup needs to happen. So it doesn't look like an abandoned construction site. It looks like a project that's on pause. Here's hoping we can do that. And also here's hoping you'll communicate with us kind of the progress of that and what, if any, support we can offer besides just telling you what the problems are. So thanks for listening and thanks for all you do.
Thank you so much. Anyone else like to speak to us for matters not on the agenda? Public comments? Seeing none, next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is confirmation of new appointments.
I'll ask that our O&A Chair, Sean Nolan, takes us through this part of the agenda. Thank you, Sean. Sean, you are muted.
So
Counselor?
for confirmations of new appointments, we do have, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Mouth isn't working, but we can hear you.
Okay.
It's
You
working.
can, you can hear me.
Mouth isn't moving, so, but we can still hear you, so.
All right. Doing the best I can. Besides, if this doesn't work, I'll be coming down to see you guys at the office.
You can join us.
So we do have a bunch of people for a great committee. And some of these people may not be here. If you like, I can read them all at once and do a unanimous yes or no, or I can read them individually. It's up to the pleasure of the council. They're all known to us.
I think I would like to have you read each one individually. Just
Not a problem.
consistency. Thank you.
Okay. So our first one is going to be for John Bell. On a motion by Councilor Majota, seconded by Councilor O'Hara, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council appoint John Bell to the Lindsay Coolidge Philanthropy Award Committee term to expire coterminous with the mayor. And I so move. Second.
A motion made by Councilor Nolan, and I think it was seconded by Councilor O'Hara. Is there a discussion, councilors? Councilor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you. I looked up on the city website to see what the Lindsay Coolidge Philanthropy Award Committee was, and it's not on the city website. And I know the Lindsay Coolidge is part of the YMCA, correct? So
Lindsay Coolidge is a person, sorry, through chair.
You have the floor, Councilor.
Lindsay Coolidge is a person that has exceeded in amounts of philanthropy in the city. We have, as a city council, it's not a city vote or a matter that you'll find in the charter. It's an award that's given to someone for exemplary service in the city to help out civic needs. So it's not a charter thing. It's something that is done by the council and the administration to give someone an award for their work with the city of Gloucester. And this committee would recommend someone that's been proposed for it. So same as the Ab Combati Award, which is another prestigious award. This is an award that we give. It's not a city type charter thing. It's an award.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, and just to add to that, it's part of our Gloucester Code of Ordinances, but to Council Nolan's point, it's not in the city charter, but it's an ordinance. Any discussion on this, Council Worthley?
Sure. I'd just like to say, I've worked with John Bell before. When I was in the council, he was mayor. We both ran for mayor at the same time. I have the utmost respect for him. I think he'd be excellent on this committee. And again, to Councilor O'Neill's question, the committee is recognizing people who are philanthropic and donate to various causes in the community. So this committee is made up of a number of individuals who are connected to those people and those causes. And I look forward to their recommendations.
Thank you, Council. Any further discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross?
Yes.
Council Grow?
Absolutely.
Council Majota?
Yes.
Council Memard?
Yes for John Bell.
Council Nolan?
Yes.
Council O'Hara?
Yes.
Council O'Neill?
Yes.
Council Worthley?
Yes, for John Bell as well.
Yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Council Nolan, thank you.
All right, so the next order of business is the committee recommendation on a motion by Council Majota, seconded by Council O'Hara. The Ordinance and Administration Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council appoint Farah Courtney to the Lindsay Coolidge Philanthropy Award Committee, term to end, continuous with the mayor. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Nolan, seconded by Council O'Hara. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross?
Yes.
Council Grow?
Yes.
Council Majota?
Yes.
Council Memard?
Yes.
Council Nolan?
Yes.
Council O'Hara?
Yes.
Council O'Neill?
Yes.
And Council Worthley?
Yes.
Yes, have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Council Nolan.
Is on a motion by Councilor
Nolan?
Majota. Yes.
Councilor Nolan, I'm going to step out and I have to recuse myself from this vote.
Is she related
No
to?
problem.
Don't have the last name.
Okay, well, you already.
It's a distant relationship, but
Thank
Whoa,
you.
whoa.
Go ahead, Council Nolan.
On a motion by Council Majota, seconded by Council O'Hara, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council appoint Sarah Grow to the Lindsay Coolidge Philanthropy Award Committee, term to end, continuous with the mayor, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Nolan, seconded by Council O'Hara. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross?
Yes.
Council Grow?
Accused?
Oh, sorry, abstaining. Council Majota?
Absolutely.
Council Memard?
Yes.
Council Nolan?
Absolutely.
O'Hara?
Yes.
Council O'Neill?
Yes.
Council Worthley?
Yes.
Yeses have it, 8 in favor, 1 abstained. Next order of business, Council Nolan.
On a motion by Council Majota, seconded by Council O'Hara, the Ordinance and Administration Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council appoint Richard Dick Wilson to the Lindsay Coolidge Philanthropy Award Committee, term to end, coterminous with the mayor. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Nolan, seconded by Council O'Hara. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross?
Yes.
Council Grow?
yes.
Council Majota?
Yes.
Council Memard?
Yes.
Council Nolan?
Absolutely.
Council O'Hara?
Yes.
Council O'Neill?
Yes.
Council Worthley?
Yes.
Have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, Council Nolan. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the consent agenda.
Councilors, would anyone like to pull any matter off the consent agenda? And if we decide that we want to pull one of these off, we need to remember that we are not discussing the merits of any of these. What we are doing is we are just talking about referring it. So would anyone like to remove anything from the consent agenda? Council O'Neill.
I would like to remove and discuss the, well, just remove the city council meeting of May 23rd, 2023, only because I haven't had a chance to read the minutes. And the special city council of June 6th as well. I have not had a chance to read those two things.
Okay, so June 26th and that second, no, what, May
23rd.
May 23rd.
And June 6th. special meeting.
And June 6th. Special meeting. Okay, anyone else like to remove anything from the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Motion made by Councilor Grow, I believe, and second by Councilor Worthley. Roll call vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Woodward.
Yes.
Okay. And so now we're back to the minutes of May 23rd and June 6th. Let me just circle where those fall on this. Okay, thank you. So the special city council meeting of June 6th. And that was the one where, that was the public hearing. Correct? And it was referrals were on that, okay? And then the other one is May 23rd, which was a city council meeting. Okay, so I guess we will have to vote this. And what we need is a majority vote to approve this, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so
Madam Chair.
go ahead, Councilor Worthley.
Is it possible to put these on the following consent agenda to give Councilor O'Neill time to read the minutes?
I'm not comfortable with that, Councilor Worthley. I think that it's our responsibility to come prepared to have read these. And I think there's a lot of business that derives over those approved minutes. So I'm going to ask that we vote on this. I move to approve the minutes of June 6th, special meeting, as well as the minutes of May 23rd, and I so move.
Second.
Second.
Motion is made by me and is seconded by Councilor Worthley. Is there a discussion? Roll call vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
No.
Councilor O'Neill.
No.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Yeses have it. 7 in favor, 2 opposed. Councilor O'Hara and Councilor O'Neill. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the Budget and Finance Standing Committee report of June 8th.
And I will ask Councilor Gross, who led that meeting, to lead the next part of our meeting on the BNF report of June 8th, 2023.
Okay, thank you. Our first order of business was the memorandum from the CFO for
Councilor Gross, I've made an error. I'm
Oh.
sorry. May I interrupt you?
yes, please.
I'm
please.
going to interrupt you. I'm not going to ask you if I may interrupt you. I'm sorry. So we have a BNF consent agenda. Correct? So I will ask if anyone would like to remove anything from the BNF consent agenda. Seeing none. Council O'Neill, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to remove item 7. Memorandum from CFO in the amount of $300,000 regarding the school grease traps.
Okay, would anyone else like to remove anything on the consent agenda? So before we vote the consent agenda, having removed item 7, Council Gross, if you could just read the matters that we are going to be approving, just the one line item, that would be very helpful.
Sure. First, I'd also like to speak that we had a great presentation on the TIF, the tax finance incentive increment, rather. And I really encourage, I'll not do it justice by trying to summarize it. Council Worthley asked quite a few excellent questions. But since there's probably going to be one coming before us really soon, I would advise everybody to watch that. I certainly learned some very good pieces of information. So if you don't watch any of the other of the BNF meeting, I would definitely say watch that. It's the second item. And highly encourage that. It really is critical to making the decisions that we need to make and be informed. So starting out, we have memorandum from CFO number 2023 SA-26 in the amount of $75,000 for purchasing new voter equipment. We had an excellent presentation by our city clerk. I am going to narrate a little bit on this because, there was some talk about we did not have reliable voting machines, and the ones that we've had they were refurbished when we bought them, and new ones actually would cost back in the day cost $75,000 if we'd bought new ones, not refurbished ones. So, but it's time. I know last election we had machine failures, so we have to get new tabulators. The second, number 2, is memorandum from police chief 2023 SBT 17 in the amount of $21,000 plus number 2023 SBT 18 in the amount of $6,500 and account number 2023 SBT 19 in the amount of $5,000 and 2023 SBT 20 in the amount of $5,069.77. And that brings us to the amount of $21,000 for new pontoons for the police boat. And that'll bring that boat, which is, we just bought a new one for over it was like $350,000. So for $21,000, we're going to have another brand new boat pretty much. Memorandum from the fire chief, number 2023 SBT 21 in the amount of $1,537.60. And that's for background checks from the police department for new hires. And then we have memorandum from the CAO requesting permission to pay 2022 invoices with 2023 funds. I'm not going to go through all those, but that was some minor funds that needed to be, that fell through the cracks. We have these that they come through. I've been surprised how few we've had actually. So they pretty much have kept right on top between Kenny and John. And then we have memorandum from Gloucester Public Schools, CFO requesting to pay FY22 invoices with FY23 funds. That was for, there was during COVID and the, I forget what they call it, the payroll funds. And anyway, there was a lot of fraudulent claims on unemployment. And that were outside, they were not our employees making fraudulent claims. It was scammers coming in. We had to wait until all that got settled and figured out what was real, what wasn't. And so now we have to go back and pay these legitimate unemployment claims. Then we have a memorandum from Gloucester Public Schools CFO number 2023 SBT 22 in the amount of $60,000. And that's reimbursing the police department for one of the resource officers. They chose that this is the middle school resource officer. So it's built into their budget. It's just a matter of transferring the funds from that budget to this budget. We pulled off number 7. And then the final one is memorandum from the CFO to pay FY22 invoices with FY23 funds. And that was also just a very minor thing for a law firm that works for multiple cities on the opioid settlements. So, and therefore I so move on that consent agenda. I guess it's already been moved and seconded, hasn't it?
Right, with the exception of item 7. So Council, who moved it the first time? Council Gross?
Actually, did it get moved?
I'm not sure.
I don't think it did. So I so move.
All right, thank you, Council Gross, seconded by Council Worsley. Further discussion on this consent.
Chair.
Council Grow.
I just want to, I know Tony didn't intend this but I wanted to make a clarification that when he said unreliable voting machines, that's a mechanical issue, not an issue of whether or not votes are being properly counted, that the clerk's office has protocols in place to ensure that every vote is properly counted. And this is about replacing machines that are out of date and beyond repair.
Correct.
Not about whether or not we have good elections, which we do have.
Correct. It had nothing to do with the election integrity. It was that the tabulators broke down and they were either working or they weren't. So they had to be counted they had to be counted by hand. They had to bring out another. It's a whole thing. You have to call the attorney general. It's a whole thing to do all this stuff. So we need machines that can be able to tabulate the votes.
Great, thank you. Council Worthley and then Council Majota.
Thank you. I'd just like to run down. I think Councilor Gross did a great job narrating that. Just want to emphasize a few things. Just as Councilor Gross said, these machines had a life expectancy of 10 years. We're in year 13. They're due to fail. But because we're getting these newer ones, that won't be the case. So this is a good move and it's an investment. And these are also warranted and there's a software that comes with it and maintenance. So it's a good decision. There are a couple of bookkeeping things. I think that the phrase Councilor Gross said where a few things slipped through the crack. I think a lot of it's just timing, right? The year ends at a certain point and then there's bills that are still due that are responsible for the prior fiscal year or the future fiscal year. So that's a lot of the bookkeeping stuff. And then the last thing on, so I'm sorry, the other one we took off the consent agenda. Okay, so I'm in support of these.
Any further discussion, Councilor Majota?
Did Councilor O'Neill give a reason why she was removing number 7, or does she need to?
I'm going to go back to that after we vote ones that we have in front of us. Thank you. Anyone else have any discussion matters? Okay, on the motion, which is to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item 7. Roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yeah, good work.
Council Majota.
Yes, thank you.
Memard.
Yes, and thank you, Tony, for covering.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Yes, I have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Now we're going to go back to Council O'Neill's. So Council O'Neill has asked that we remove memorandum from CFO and number 2023 SA 27 in the amount of 300,000 school grease traps. Let's see, should we, I guess what we should probably make the motion and then do this one as a individual vote.
Correct.
Okay, so Council Gross, would you make the motion and then we will we'll let Council O'Neill speak first on it, if you would.
Okay, do you want me to make it how it came out of committee, or do you want me to make it as it's on the consent agenda?
As it came out of committee. Committee recommendation.
Yep. The Budget and Finance Subcommittee recommended to the City Council approve the supplemental appropriation 2023 SA 27 in the amount of $300,000 from the Building Maintenance Stabilization Fund undesignated fund balance account as noted to Building Maintenance Stabilization Fund Grease Traps Building Improvements account as noted for the purpose of making repairs and improvements of the kitchen grease traps at the high school and the middle school. I should have said originally that it was recommended 2-0.
Right, with 2 in favor.
And I so move.
Second.
Okay, we have Counselor Gross has moved it, Counselor Worthy has seconded it, and as he said, it was 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and the person opposed was Council Memard, who was absent. So thank you,
I was
Counselor Gross.
absent. I wasn't opposed.
Exactly, he was absent, exactly, thank you. So Counselor O'Neill, let's just think about how we should do this. Counselor O'Neill, you've objected, so why don't we allow you to go first, and then we'll ask for a narrative from Counselor Gross.
Okay, thank you. It just seems an exorbitant amount of money, and $300,000, it just seems like an exceptional amount of money, and it's for repairs and improvements to the kitchen grease traps at the high school and middle school. I don't know what it entails. I don't know who is doing it. Is that the DPW doing it, or is it an outside contractor doing it? I don't know what's going on. So $300,000 is a lot of money to me. So I would just like to know who's doing it and why it costs so much money.
So I would ask if our CAO would like to speak to that, and or our CFO, John Dunn, would like to speak to that. You have the floor.
Thank you. Excuse me. So this is actually a replacement of the existing grease traps at both the high school and the middle school. So it is a removal of the current grease traps and the installation of new ones. This was done through a bidding process. The replacement construction company came in at $226,000. There's another $25,000 that will be consumed by the OPM to direct the project. And we rounded it up because, invariably in something like this, if you're digging into concrete, there will be some additional costs as we move along. We appropriate this within one of the stabilization funds. So that even though we're appropriating $300,000, if we spend less than that, that stays within the stabilization fund.
Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you. Just because this says repairs and improvements to the grease traps, it doesn't say replacing and installing new ones.
So I will take responsibility for not specifying specifically what it was.
Okay, so both the high school and middle school get all new grease traps?
They will get all new grease traps, yes.
And how many grease traps in each school? Is it one big grease trap, or is it a couple of, how many grease traps are we talking about?
I can't answer that question, Counselor, but they are fairly substantial given the size of the cafeterias in both buildings.
Okay.
Councilor Gross or Councilor Worthy, you were at the meeting. Do you have anything to add?
Sure, I'd be happy to add unless Councilor Gross wants to.
Councilor Gross actually was chairing the meeting, so thank you. I'll ask him to speak first, and then we can ask you.
Actually, CFO Dunn just gave probably a more in-depth description than what we had at BNF, so I really don't have much to add. It is There probably is a couple in each kitchen and they're probably underneath the floors. If we're talking about replacing concrete, then they're definitely underneath the floors. So it has to be done in the summertime. It's going to be a compressed time frame, and I'm sure that's why it was bid so high.
Thank you. Council Worthley and then Council O'Hara.
Yeah, I'd be happy to add to this, and I'm not going to disagree with Council O'Neill that it's a big number. We delay on everything in this community just because there's something else more urgent. And I like to see this not as just a cost, but an investment, right? Because if the school cafeteria goes down for one reason or another, you got to close school. And then everything else falls from there. And so this has been identified as a project paid for from the Building Stabilization Fund. So this isn't money that could be used for other kinds of things. This is exactly what this money is designed for. And so my hope is, obviously, it's prevailing wage. It's one of the challenges with doing any municipal work is it's prevailing wages, and it's bid so that the lowest bidder gets the job, but it's still prevailing wage, so it's expensive. But I see it as an investment, and my hope is that it's done on budget, under budget, and on time, and done quickly. So hopefully the OPM can justify that extra expense by reducing the costs. So that's why I supported it.
Thank you. Council O'Hara.
Thank you. I like to agree the 300,000 grease traps are a maintenance item as far as you clean them. They're a box in the ground. It's a water grease separator. The grease, the trap itself is cleaned of its grease. They should be coated. They should never fail. And I'm shocked that you have two facilities built in two different eras that are failing at the same time. It's just it's a maintenance item. It's similar to painting a hull of a boat. You clean them out. If they need to be recoated, you coat them. They should never fail. I'm just shocked that 300,000, 300,000 here, 300,000 there. 300,000 would pave an awful lot of potholes in the city of Gloucester. And I can't agree with Councillor O'Neill more that this is a lot of money, and I'm just shocked. Grease traps aren't a replaceable item. You clean them. If they need to be coated, you coat them. I'm familiar with grease traps. I've worked on them. I own one, and I don't know what to say. I'm just shocked. 300,000, as Councillor Woodley says, prevailing wage, that will add up to a cost of a job, but I wish we had a more detailed engineering data, pictures showing failures. They typically never need to be repaired or replaced, should I say.
Anyone else like to speak on this that has not yet spoken? Council O'Neill, and then we'll move the vote.
Yes, thank you. This would be a question, I believe, for Mr. Dunn. You said the project went out to bid, is that correct?
That is correct.
And so there should be an itemized
RFQ or RFP?
Yeah, there should be an itemized bid, right, stating what they're gonna do and how many grease traps and if they have to jackhammer the floor and whatnot.
Yes, there is a response to the bid, yes.
Can you send that to the city council and or just me? I'm really curious as to how many grease traps and what this entails, because it's a lot of money. So if you can do that, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second, and we'll do a roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross?
Yes. Yes.
Council Crowe?
Yes.
Council Majota?
Yes.
Council Memard?
Yes.
Council Nolan?
Yes.
Council O'Hara?
No.
Council O'Neill?
No.
Council Worthley?
Yes.
The yeses have it, 7 in favor, 2 opposed. Council O'Neill, Council O'Hara, and Council O'Neill, our CFO will send you that material. Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the Ordinance and Administration Standing Committee report of June 5th.
Council Nolan?
We have no items under this heading tonight. Thank you.
Great. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
So the June 6th Planning and Development Standing Committee meeting was canceled. So the next item would be the first scheduled public hearing. Public hearing 2023-029, special city council permit 2023-006. Excuse me, the application of Gloucester Lyceum and Sawyer Free Library for a building height in excess of 35 feet in accordance with Gloucester zoning ordinance section 3.1.6 parentheses B, building heights in excess of 35 feet at Dale Avenue number 2, map 14, lot 69 in the CC district.
Before I open the public hearing, I have an announcement I would like to make. I would like to announce that public hearing 2023-030, amend GCO chapter 22, traffic and motor vehicles, resident sticker parking by adding Apple Street both sides, by adding Juniper Road both sides, from Honeysuckle across Apple Street to its end where it intersects Corliss, and adding Blueberry Lane for its entire length, and all of those would be starting May 1st through September 15th. And then the second public hearing that I'd like to announce is public hearing 2023-031, amend GCO chapter 21, streets, sidewalks, and other public places, Article 1 in general, section 21-1, prerequisite to acceptance of ways by striking current section 21-1 and adding new section 21-1, prerequisite to acceptance of ways. Councilors, I am just asking that we are going to be moving that those two public hearings that I just announced, number 2 and number 3 on the agenda, to after the council vote, because our council vote last year took us 2 hours and 18 minutes. And we have, I believe it's 54 votes that we have to get through, and it's imperative that we get those done. So for those of you who came to listen to those two matters, understand that we're doing this because the most important thing that we're doing tonight, not that these are important, is to make sure that we can approve the fiscal 24 budget. So I'd like at this point to open up the public hearing and ask that the applicants from the library, if you would do your presentation, and we'll begin the public hearing. So the public hearing is open. Welcome, Jenny Benedict. Thank you. You introduce yourself to us all, even though you're a familiar face.
Thank you, Councillor Gilman. So joining me this evening is Simon Paddock, and from the library board, and also Ron Lamar, who is our project manager from Doran Whittier. And I believe Neil Joyce, who is our OPM, is also online. So if you could find him in the waiting room and let him in as well. And I will, oh, and if I could please share my screen.
We're all set, Jenny.
Neil Joyce is in.
So Ron and Simon are both in.
And Neil Joyce.
And Neil Joyce, great. Okay, you have the floor. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you. So I will turn it over to Simon Paddock to make some few introductory remarks.
Thank you, Jenny, and thank you to the City Council. My name is Simon Paddock. I live at 65 Mount Pleasant Avenue in Gloucester, and I am a member of the board of the Gloucester Lyceum and Sawyer Free Library. Thank you for giving us this time to present our request for a special permit for the Sawyer Library 2025 project. In February of 2022, the City Council approved the project as a construction manager at risk project, and since then, we have worked with our architects, OPM, and construction manager to refine the design. Tonight, we are before you to request that the City Council approve a special permit for a building height in excess of 35 feet. And I hope you'll consider it favorably. I would like to introduce or hand it back over to Jenny to talk more about the project and our request. Thanks.
Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Simon. So I wanted to say a few words about the process prior to tonight. As you are aware, it's largely due to a $9 million grant award from the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners, the Public Library Construction Grant Program, that we have the opportunity to do the project and secure the future of our public institution for generations to come. So we recently learned that MBLC has approved an additional pandemic escalation payment of just shy of $1 million, which is very good news. So the MBLC grant program has a number of milestones and requirements, and it also recognizes factors that are subject to local decision making. So the building must be planned for a minimum operational life of 20 years, which influences the building's size. And the design and construction of the library building program, so the interior of the building is subject to MBLC oversight. The MBLC is involved throughout the project and has the authority to review and approve plans and specifications, even the bid documents and the contract awards. So at this time, MBLC has reviewed the construction drawings and determined that they do meet the library building program requirements, and they have accepted this design for the grant award. In terms of the city's permitting processes and local decision-making authority, to date, we have secured a certificate of appropriateness from the Historic District Commission in early January and a site plan approval from the Planning Board in early February. Then in late March, the Zoning Board of Appeals gave their approvals for special permits related to altering and expanding a non-conforming structure, for exceeding the maximum allowable building height, and to allow a lesser number of off-street parking spaces. They also approved a variance for parking lot screening requirements. On May the 17th, we appeared before the Planning and Development Committee, who made the recommendation for the public hearing this evening. In terms of our overall timeline, our schedule is to go out to bid and finalize contracts over the summer, with site work starting in September. We anticipate that the construction phase will be approximately 18 to 20 months, and that would put us on track to open the doors and welcome you all inside our fabulous 2025 Sawyer Free Library in the late spring of 2025. So now I will turn it over to Ron Lamar, and he will give you a project overview of the site plan and exterior renderings, followed by elevations that show the building heights.
Thank you. Welcome, Ron.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Ron Lamar from Doran Whittier Architects. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. So what Jenny is showing here in this slide is the existing library. The existing library has the term CCD zoning on that, the tan L-shaped building. And then the three other pieces of property behind that, which the library owns, that's where the new parking and the new addition will go. This is a site plan oriented in the same way, and what you can see here is the Saunders House at the lower right-hand corner of the slide, the existing library, the Manel Library in white, and then our new addition is on the left-hand side in gray, and there you can see the renovated parking spaces on the left. And as you can see, there's an extensive amount of landscaping being performed at the library. It is going to be a very green building. The sustainability goals are for a LEED Gold project. And so everything, the holistic design starts with the site and goes all through the building. So this is an elevation of the proposed 2025 renovation. And you can see that essentially there's a new front porch. You can see that the entrance slides over to the right from the existing. There's a straight run stair that goes right to the front door. And off to the left, there's a handicap sloped walkway. So it's even shallower than a handicap ramp, and that allows everybody accessibility into the library, all landing at the top of that stair. This is another view looking down from Dale Avenue towards the fire station in the background. You can see the porch that's going to get rebuilt, if you will, the stair that leads up. And this one, you can see the light monitor or the cupola up at the top of the library. That is getting rebuilt, and it's going to actually be 4 inches shorter than what's there now. But that's getting rebuilt to bring in more natural light into the central core of the library for good reasons in terms of library programming, but also the sustainability aspect. And what you see in the back of the library towards the fire station is the new addition with the bay window. And this is standing down in that new parking lot in front of the fire station, looking back at the new addition. The new addition here, as you see, is a a 3-level addition. The lower level is the community meeting room, which you can see here in gray with the corner window. And then there's an entrance from the parking lot to welcome people into the library. And then we have a 2-story element sitting on top of that, which has the bay windows on the left. The windows that you see here, which are vertically oriented, take on the same design aesthetic as the Manel building. Instead of tapered brick in a horizontal fashion, we have tapered brick in a vertical fashion. This is the view from the temple. And what you're looking at here is, again, the Manel building. The view that the temple currently looks at remains the same. Then there is a gasket, if you will, of glass, and that glass gasket offsets the existing historic Manel building with the new addition. So the building height is currently in excess of 35 feet, and we would like to continue the excess of 35 feet. What you see here in red are the additions going onto the Manel building. It's the front porch designated in red. On the right-hand side is the addition towards the back of the building. And then the piece in question tonight is the light monitor at the top of the building, which, as I noted, is actually 4 inches shorter than the existing one was. And then this is looking at it from the north. Again, all of the red is outlined, the new addition on the right, the monitor at the top of the building, and the porch on the left-hand side. The rendering down below, this also gives you another good view of the Manel building with the new light monitor on top. And this separation of the historic building from the new addition is also highlighted by that glass gasket that separates the old from the new. That's something that is, it's a very sympathetic thing to do from a historic point of view, and the Historic Commission was very much in favor of that. And then lastly, this is looking at it from the fire station, where you see that essentially the new addition is all new construction. And down below, you can see the photograph of the existing facade that faces the fire station now, and then what that will look like when we're done. And this is from the side of the temple, again, with the Manel building, the gasket on the left with the new addition, and the cupola, or the light monitor, if you will, up at the top, and then the porch off to the right. And you can see in the photograph below of what the existing condition is, and then what the new rendering will look like.
So I think that concludes the presentation, and we've been delighted to entertain questions.
Okay, so we will get there. So thank you so much. So now we're back to the public hearing, and we'd like to see if anyone would like to speak in favor or in opposition to this proposal, the special council permit. Let me see. I see no hands raised. So we'll go to the next step of, we have Peg Russell. Peg, would you introduce yourself? And you have 3 minutes to talk to us in either favor or opposition about the special council permit. Well, welcome back.
Thank you. Briefly, I live around the corner, so this is a definite effect for people. I'm on Middle Street, 65 Middle Street, at the corner of Center and Middle. So I'm literally a stone's throw from this Sawyer Library and the proposal. While we are also getting the senior center right across the street, and my home has also been rocked, as the previous caller, when talking about downtown, was discussing. There's a lot of construction going on concurrently. So I am in support of the library, and the design is quite beautiful. And I think it's going to be a game changer from downtown, and I think it is absolutely necessary. I just want to just throw in a citizen's request to really consider the obstacles and the parameters and the logistics of such a project. And I'm curious how it dovetails or overlaps with the senior center that's under construction right now. Construction began this morning, both downtown on Main Street, the project at the senior center, and all of the noise began before 7 a.m. today. I'm not kidding. I live here, and you know, I know some people get up at that hour anyway, but I work till 8, 9 o'clock at night, whatever. That is still quiet time for downtowners a little bit anyway, and it was deafening. So in discussing it, downtown construction and the cause and effect for Main Street retailers, et cetera, as the woman from Dogtown Books, I had no idea her issues were as grave with the pump and the flooding and all that she described. But as a resident, I am very curious. I own my condo here, and I'm just curious if there is an overlap and when construction would begin. I apologize for not knowing this in advance. Thank you, though, and I'm in support of the design's beautiful. I think we absolutely need the library to be enhanced for sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peg. Would anyone else like to speak in favor or in opposition to the special counsel permit? Seeing none, we have Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondences or communications?
No communications.
Okay, there are none. Counselors, are there any questions that we'd like to ask of the applicant? Council Worthley and then Council O'Hara.
Thank you, everybody involved in the library, for this presentation. Thank you, Ron, for your specific presentation. I've always had a question, it's got nothing to the library, but why we ever have to have, unless if there's no change of use, if you're keeping a building the same height or going lower, why the city council should even be adding the burden of getting a permit. But I just want to hear for the record how much higher or lower or the same that the building is going to be after construction.
I think that it's 4 inches lower, but I will let Ron speak to that if you would just repeat.
Sure. So the existing top is 49 feet 5 inches above the average grade plane, which is how the ordinance measures it. And the new will be 49 feet 1 inch. So in effect, it will be 4 inches shorter than the existing.
Okay, I heard that. I just want to be sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I believe Councilor O'Hara had his hand raised for a question. Councilor O'Hara.
Thank you. It's not directly related to the 4 inch shorter issue, but possibly with the construction team present, if the constituent who lives at the corner of Center and Middle, if they could validate that construction time does not begin before, or at least any kind of noise making construction time doesn't happen before 7 a.m. Can anyone validate that?
I would ask our CAO to answer that, if you would. Jill, you know the ordinance. Do you mind speaking to that?
Sorry, Val, I can't speak to that because that would be the construction team and they're not on here. But I can look into the ordinance for the counselor if that's what he's asking. I believe he was asking what their plan is. But if there's an ordinance, I'm more than happy to send it over to the council.
Okay, Councilor Nolan has his hand raised as chair of O&A. Do you want to speak to that, Councilor Nolan?
The city ordinance is that construction cannot start any earlier than 6. So 6 a.m. is when they can start. Most construction companies start at 7. The city ordinance is a start time of 6.
Thank you. Any other questions, Counselor? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and I'll ask Counselor Grow to do the committee report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Planning and Development Committee voted 2 in favor, 1 opposed. Councilor O'Neill to recommend that the City Council grant Gloucester Lyceum and Sawyer Free Library a special council permit 2023-006 for the property located at Dale Avenue number 2, Assessors Map 14, Lot 69 in the CCD district pursuant to Gloucester zoning ordinances Section 1.10.1 and 3.1.6B, building heights in excess of 35 feet. For the new Sawyer Free Library to have an overall building height of 49 feet 1 inch for a total height increase of 14 feet 1 inch over 35 feet. This permit is made on the basis of plans and elevations dated January 18th, 2022, and submitted to the city clerk on May 9th, 2023, entitled Existing Conditions Plan Gloucester Lyceum and Sawyer Free Library, and Utility Compilation Plan Gloucester Lyceum and Sawyer Free Library, and 19 plans and elevations submitted with the ZBA application of February 2nd, 2023. Subject to new information and or debate that results in the public hearing, the special permit is deemed to be in harmony with the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Councilor Grow. I think it was Councilor Majota did the second.
Correct.
Okay. Committee report, Councilor Grow.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we've just heard the same presentation that we heard from at P&D. You know, the punchline on this, of course, is that we're approving a height decrease actually for this particular case. The building is already 4 inches taller than it is proposed to be. To Councilor Worthley's point, I mean, it seems kind of redundant that we'd have to do this, but it is new construction, and therefore we have to put in a new permit. They would, regardless of that, they'd have to amend a special council permit anyway. So it's kind of that's the process that we have. But I fully support this. I think without doing so would require that the library go back and redesign an entire project for the sake of 4 inches, which makes 0 sense to me.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak on this in our discussion, councilors? Councilor O'Neill.
Yes, hi, thank you. I am just thinking of the residents in the area. And everything seems to be going higher and higher and higher. It's not just a matter of being the same height as the original building. It's a whole mass that's that big. So it will be taking up parking spaces, and it will be it'll be shadowing residents. So I'm not in favor of the height. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Any further discussion, councilors, on the motion? So I would like to speak to this. As we look at the section 3.1.6B, which is an excess of 35, the zoning says the permit shall contain such conditions as the council deems necessary and shall only issue upon a written determination by the council that such increase in allowable height is consistent with the neighborhood character. I'd like to speak to that for a moment. This is consistent with the neighborhood character because it's exactly what they've had, minus 4 inches forever. And I think it's tasteful. I think the architect has done a marvelous job making this look as consistent to how that property has looked over the years. And it's come a long way since the initial meetings, where about 5 or 6 years ago, we all met at Sawyer Free Library and discussed what was gonna happen to this building. So I just think that it's very, very consistent with neighborhood character. And I do not see that there's any obstruction of views, because it's no higher than it has been, nor is there gonna be an impairment of utilities or other adverse impacts. I think it's gonna be lovely for this section of town, and I'm very comfortable with the granting the special council permit for height. So I will be supporting this. Any further comments, councilors? Seeing none, a roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Absolutely, yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Absolutely, yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
No.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 8 in favor, 1 opposed. Council O'Neill. Thank you, Jenny, and your team. We appreciate you being here and for all the hard work that you've been doing. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for considering the request and approving it this evening. Good night.
Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk. We're skipping the public hearings 2 and 3. We're going to go to those after the fiscal 2024 vote. So
Or just the adoption.
I guess you should, that's the whole matter. So for the benefit of the public, if you would announce that, that would be
Okay.
great.
For council vote, adoption FY 24 budget, appropriate general fund free cash for subsequent year expenditures, appropriate sewer enterprise fund retained earnings for subsequent years expenditures, general fund appropriations by department, general fund estimated revenues, community preservation fund estimated revenues and appropriations, water enterprise estimated revenues and appropriations, water rate, sewer enterprise estimated revenues and appropriations, sewer rate, waterways enterprise estimated revenues and appropriations, Talbot Rink enterprise estimated revenues and appropriations, revolving funds, Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, school food service program revolving fund, Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E.
Thank you. And at this point, I'd like to turn the meeting over to our esteemed BNF Chair, Councilor Memard. I know you have some introductory remarks, and then we are going to go through many votes. and
Just a
many
few.
motions. So.
Many
and,
dollars,
Right.
a few votes.
And just a shout out also to Tony Gross, our Vice Chair of BNF, and Jeff Wordley, the 3rd member. Job well done for all of your detail and all the work on these this most important matter. So
Absolutely, and as well as all the other counselors that took time out of their busy daily schedules to participate in our committee of the whole budget and finance review of the budget meetings, which took place over the course of several days, as I'll describe in a moment. But as Budget and Finance Chair, I'm pleased to present the recommendations of the Budget and Finance Committee for the city's budget for fiscal year 2024, which does begin July 1st, 2023. And first, spending in the general fund amounts to $133,895,323, of which $49,738,897 is set aside for our schools. Second, spending the enterprise funds amounts to $19,468,414 that includes the water, the sewer, the Dorothy Talbot Rink, and Waterways Enterprise funds. And third, spending in the Community Preservation Act funds amounts to $886,000. Fourth, spending limit authorizations for city and school revolving funds amounts to $3,160,000. $171,385. Overall, spending in the general fund, enterprise funds, and bless you,
Sorry.
amounts to $154,229,737, and spending limit authorizations for city and school revolving funds amount to $3,171,385 for a grand total in the amount of $157,401,122. Putting this in perspective, we are a city of some 30,000 people. Our city covers over 42 square miles with 60 miles of coastline. And between all city services and all city departments, we rely on over 1,100 skilled municipal employees to keep our city running smoothly. And we do here extend our appreciation for the professional work of Mayor Greg Verga's team, in particular, Jill Cahill, CFO, and Treasurer John Dunn, Assistant Treasurer, CFO, Treasurer Connor McCorkle, and our school committee and our school management team. This council appreciates our own staff's hard work in this progress, which included our city auditor, Kenny Costa, city clerk, Joanne Senos, assistant city clerk, Grace Poirier, and Sherry White, our clerk of committees. Before I just go into the nuts and bolts a little bit more, I just wanted to review the schedule that we conducted here. I think it's worth reflecting on the time frame that this is all taking place under. The administration presented their proposed budget to the city council on Tuesday, May 2nd. And on Wednesday, May 3rd, we had our first special budget and finance and council of the whole review session, which lasted from 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon and covered about 50% of the city's departments. We met with each department head and reviewed by line item, as we're going to do tonight again, each of their budgets. The following Wednesday on May 10th, we had our second full day budget review session. And then on Tuesday, May 30th, we met to review the school, met with the school committee here in the space here to review their proposed budget for the city. We had a special budget council, special council city meeting here to review the public hearing on the budget, and then we're here tonight on the votes. And again, all of our meetings are on Zoom and available for review, all those discussions. And I would like to just repeat again that all city department heads carefully explained and defended their appropriation requests. And they did this not once, but twice, first to the mayor's team, and then again to the Budget and Finance Committee, line by line, dollar by dollar. And it's a careful, deliberative process and making efforts at every step to be open, to be public, to be accessible, respecting the needs of the city and the hard-earned financial support provided by our city's taxpayers. Our fiscal stewardship means that our independent auditor and Massachusetts Department of Revenue's positive reviews and acceptance will result from this process. The Budget and Finance Committee appreciates that this has been a tough budget year for the mayor's office to bring into budget balance, due in part to the continuing uncertainty of our economy, which includes inflation concerns and now rising interest rates, as well as significant debt service that remains. As reviewed by CAO Jill Cahill and CFO John Dunn, the department heads and the mayor's team, this budget, which we'll be voting again tonight, within its constraints of our contractual obligations, already presents its own challenges moving forward. So I'm going to make a few procedural observations, then we'll get right into it. All of the motions to be put forward were voted by members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Councilor Gross, Councilor Worthley, and myself. And for each department, the amount of personal services, that's staff, ordinary maintenance, that's routine office support, and then capital outlay, debt service, and any special transfers will each be specified in a single motion as read by myself, with the exception of one department, which is the school department. And each line item will be considered to have been separately voted otherwise. The school committee department budget is a single motion that represents the bottom line budget. And I will motion the vote. Vice Chair of Budget and Finance, Councilor Tony Gross, will second the record. unless he has recused himself for a particular vote. And upon the council's roll call vote, we will announce the results of each vote. And all motions will require a roll call due to the fact that we are still in a remote hybrid meeting setting. And I'll turn it over to Uvalde. Do you want to start with the, or you want to have Kenny go through those?
So I think we're ready to begin.
Yeah, okay.
So if you want to make the committee report.
Yep.
Councilmember, and then, like you said, Councilor Gross will second it. And we will call for discussion. And then we will do the roll call vote.
Very good.
Okay.
So to start with, we look at the overall picture. So the general fund, free cash, and enterprise fund, retained earnings motions reserved for the fiscal year 2024 budget are as follows. Fiscal year 2023 general fund free cash appropriation related to the fiscal year 2024 budget. Budget and Finance, on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Worthley, recommended in a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, that the City Council appropriate the amount of $408,083 from the general fund, undesignated fund balance, free cash, account number is noted, to the general fund, fund balance reserved for special purposes, account number as noted. The purpose of this appropriation from general fund, undesignated fund balance, free cash is to reduce the fiscal year 2024 tax levy, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Councilor Memard and second by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, a roll call vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to just read the last names. I'm sorry, I need a commitment to do that. Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
Worthley.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Before we do the next vote, what I'd like to do is just recognize our fire chief, Chief Smith, who's on the call. Our assistant chief of the fire department, Bart Rivas. We have Suzanne Egan, who is our general counsel, and we have our school committee chair, Kathy Clancy, on the phone. I just wanted to recognize you. And I also saw Bob Ryan, who is our traffic commissioner. I think I've introduced everyone else already. So, next vote.
Moving forward.
Councilor Memard. Thank you.
Moving forward is the fiscal year 2023 sewer enterprise fund retained earnings appropriation is related to the 2024 budget. Budget and Finance, on a motion by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Worthley, voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council appropriate the amount of $100,000 from the sewer enterprise fund, undesignated fund balance, retained earnings, or free cash, account number as noted, to the sewer enterprise fund, fund balance reserved for special purposes, account number as noted, and the purpose of this appropriation from the sewer enterprise fund retained earnings, free cash, is to stabilize the sewer enterprise fund user fees for fiscal year 2024, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
Worthley.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business.
And now we get into the nitty-gritty details of our departments with the general fund budget appropriations by department. And we begin appropriately with Department 111, which is our City Council. And on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for the City Council as follows. Personal services, $114,750. Ordinary maintenance, $36,900, for a departmental total for City Council of $151,650, and I so move.
Council Gross.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Yes, have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business.
Moving right along, Department 121, the City Mayor's Office, Executive City Mayor. Budget and Finance, on a recommendation by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross, voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for the Executive/City Mayor as follows. Personal Services, $383,745. Ordinary Maintenance, $124,500 for a departmental total for the City Mayor of $508,245, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, second by Council Gross. Is there discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard.
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Yes, it's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Council Memard.
Department 135, our city auditor. The committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for the city auditor as follows. Personal Services, $373,437. Ordinary Maintenance, $54,202 for a departmental total city auditor of $427,649, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, second by Council Gross. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Yes, it's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. It's hard for me not to say council before all of these.
It's so full of respect.
But we've agreed, this was Councilor O'Hara's idea, so I'll get it right pretty soon. It's just I'm a creature of habit. Next order of business.
Next order of business is budget for Department 138, our purchasing department for the city. And the committee recommendation on a motion by myself, Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for purchasing as follows. Personal Services, $164,160. Ordinary Maintenance, $256,025 for a departmental total for purchasing of $420,185, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Any discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yep.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Yes, it's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 141, Assessors. Committee recommendation on the motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Worthley. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for the assessors as follows. Personal Services, $458,628. Ordinary Maintenance, $76,051 for a departmental total for assessors of $534,671, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next vote. Councilor.
Department 145, Treasurer Collector. On a motion by Councillor Memhard, seconded by Councillor Worthley, the Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for the treasurer / collector as follows. Personal services, $702,460. Ordinary maintenance, $209,375. Debt service, $30,000. Departmental total, $941,835, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, second by Council Gross. Is there discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
yes,
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 151, Law. Committee recommendation on a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Worthley. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for law as follows. Personal services, $335,098. Ordinary maintenance, $120,000, for a departmental total for law of $455,098, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Councillor Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard, Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
yes,
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business. Council
Department
Memard.
152, Personnel, Human Resources. Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council, on a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Gross, Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for personnel / human resources as follows. Personal services, $317,126. Ordinary maintenance, $63,004, for a departmental total for personnel, human services of $380,130, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
yes,
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 155 is next, Management Information Services or Management Information Systems. Services and Systems, yes. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councillor Memhard, seconded by Councillor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for management / information systems as follows. Personal services, $411,040. Ordinary maintenance, $771,318. And capital outlay, $42,500, for a departmental total for management information systems of $1,224,858, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
yes,
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Next department is 161, our wonderful city clerk's office. And the committee recommendation was that on a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Gross, Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for the city clerk as follows. Personal services, $361,379. Ordinary maintenance, $6,905, for a departmental total for city clerk of $368,284, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, second by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Jota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
yes,
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 163, registration. Our committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for registration as follows. Personal services, $74,800. Ordinary maintenance, $130,500. For a departmental total registration for $205,300, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, second by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Jota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
yes,
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 171, Conservation Commission. Committee recommendation as follows, on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for Conservation Commission as follows. Personal services, $119,790. Ordinary maintenance, $20,000, for a total for the Conservation Commission Department of $139,790, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, second by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Jota,
C.
Memard,
C.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
yes,
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 181, Community Development. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve this fiscal year 2024 appropriations for community development as follows. Personal services, $700,959. Ordinary maintenance, $117,450, for a departmental total for community development of $818,409, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion? Council O'Neill.
yes, thank you. I am looking at the binder on page 26 and 27 is the Community Development Department. And the salaries are $687,268, but down below, they have $100,000 for planning projects, consultants, grant matching funds, and zoning support. For $50,000, service for economic development projects, grant matching funds, et cetera, $25,000, and then sustainability projects, grant matching funds, $12,500. And then public relations for $12,500. Is that $100,000 all for consultants?
Our CAO, thank you for raising your hand.
More than happy to answer that question. As you can see, Counselor, it says some of it is consultants, some of it is grant matching funds. It depends on the project. This gives us the ability, if a grant becomes available for one of the community development projects, we can pull grant matching funds out of here. And then in other cases where we need consultant support for any one of our number of projects, one example being economic development downtown, the possibility of a downtown management organization, it does give us the ability to bring in a consultant. So it's not all for consultants, it's also used for grant matching.
Thank you. Councilor Grow.
Madam Chair, just for the future, the rest of the procedures tonight, we've had an opportunity to ask questions. Are we going to entertain questions on every motion, or is this going to be an issue of discussion and potential amendments? I don't think that we're really, at this point in the game, should be entertaining questions at all.
I think if it's a very brief question on verification of interpreting the numbers, I'm okay with that. I think for all the other specifics, I think we've had 4 very thorough meetings where they've all been vetted, and the minutes and the Zoom meetings are very clear. So I'm comfortable with Council O'Neill's question. Council O'Neill, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have the unfortunate duty of working 10, 12, 14 hours a day. So I could not attend many of these budget and finance meetings from 9 to 3 or whatever they are, whatever they were, and I apologize for that, but I do have to pay the bills. And many of our citizens do as well. So I'm asking questions, and when we only have 18 people online, but a lot of people, need answers to these questions. I still don't understand that $100,000. I understand that 50,000 is for consultant and grant matching funds, so that if we get a grant, we can match it with part of that $100,000. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
So I just, out of a $687,268 employee payment, or whatever, employee payroll, we add $100,000 to that for consultants. I just doesn't, I am very much opposed to that $100,000. And I believe I have the right to oppose that and speak my mind and ask questions, because I do work. And the last thing I have to do when I drag my butt home at the end of a long, hard day is sit through a 6-hour BNF meeting. I'd be up till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So.
Council, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to respond, please.
Okay, Council Grow.
There are any number of us on this council that work for a living and have to pay bills. Part of our responsibility is to show up to meetings prepared and to take the opportunity when presented to ask questions for clarification prior to these meetings, so that we're not bogging ourselves down in minute details that could have been explained much earlier during the process. There was emails sent out to every one of the councilors asking us to articulate any questions we had about budget items and getting it done. I understand you have a right to oppose an issue and certainly make an amendment, and we'll vote it. But I don't think that we should be having to basically re-entertain all the questions that should have been asked up to this point. Because I too make a living by working.
I would like to just add something. So we have a section of our charter, Council O'Neill, that states that if a member of our council has a problem meeting during the daytime, that they can state that objection. And we did not have anyone on this council that stated that daytime meetings was a problem. But if whomever might be on this council in the years ahead, if you ever see that that is an issue, you should state your reason, and we can meet at a different time. But it's that's in the city charter, and I believe at this point we have thoroughly vetted these. We've had meetings, we've had Zoom meetings. If you couldn't make the meetings, you could watch the Zoom meetings. We've had minutes that have gone out. That's the importance of why our minutes get approved in a timely manner, right? As soon as we can. The meeting minutes are very, very concise. We've had our books. This is almost the 45th day that we've had our books. I'm comfortable moving forward in it. And as it was just said, if you have an issue where you'd like to amend one of our motions because you have a problem with it, we will certainly entertain that as soon as the motion is made before the discussion. Without objection, I'd like to
Point of
continue.
order.
Council O'Hara, what is the point?
My point is, we are discussing the budget. We are approving the budget. You have a notation discussions. I don't think it's unreasonable to be asking questions. The Budget and Finance Subcommittee, which did a tremendous job, and as you know, I sat in during the daytime on where I could and asked questions when I could. But this, reviewing a Budget and Finance Zoom meeting, you cannot stop and ask Councilor Memhard, Gross, or Worthley a question. So the alternate is now. So I understand this will extend the length of the meeting, but we are here to represent the people and their hard-earned money. And to ask a question, I don't think is unreasonable, nor should a counselor be beaten upon for asking a question.
So Councilor O'Hara, you will recall that I supported Councilor O'Neill's question. So I was not refuting as the council president her question. So she asked her question, and I think we're ready to move on to further discussion. We have a motion on this. We have a second. Anyone else, a further discussion that we would like to on this motion? Councilor Worthley?
Thank you. So I do want to move forward as well. I share Councilor O'Neill's concern. I also work and day meetings cost me money. As you noted, there is an opportunity if any council objects to having night meetings that we can do them. I'm sorry, day meetings, we could do them at night. The challenge, of course, is I've been part of budgets before where you have lots of night meetings. You have staff that are working all day and then they work all night. Oftentimes there's few or no one in person at those meetings or via Zoom. And to Councilor O'Neill's point, if you work a 12, 14-hour day, then you have a city council meeting at night, that also makes it challenging to participate. So it's sort of 6 or one, half dozen the other. If you have a night meeting, then that just means more and more time. But it also might mean comp time or overtime for city staff that have to then come to night meetings that could go into the wee hours of the night. And so it's a challenge. It's not, I hear you. I'm not dismissing it. I can assure you that we went through every single line and every item, and the managers answered tough questions. And I'm not saying that there isn't room for more questions, but we did take the time to go through every single department. And if next year, if any counselor, if I'm here, if someone says we shouldn't have a meeting during the day, we can certainly do that. And I'll have night meetings as well. So I don't want to dismiss the question. I think that Councilor Gilman, you may handle that well. And if we want to discuss the $100,000 in consultant fees or whatever, consultant line item, I'd be happy to discuss that as a member of Budget and Finance.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yeah, I have two questions. One, as a statement, sorry. I did not realize, thank you for telling me. A counselor told me previous to this that I could object to the time of day that the meetings were held. I didn't know that until the meetings were over. So if I am elected again, I will be very much aware of that so that I can attend them and ask questions in the future. And second is, I'm not sure, is this the time that I would like to make an amendment to this?
Yes.
Recommendation?
Yep, if you'd like to do that, make your amendment.
Okay, I would like to amend, hold on.
It's Department 181, Community Development.
Okay, Department 181, Community Development. I would like to amend it to ordinary maintenance to be 17,450. And which would bring the total to $718,409. And I so move.
Second,
Been made by Council O'Neill to amend Department 181, Community Development to 117,450 in ordinary maintenance.
No,
And
to 17,400.
17,450. I thought I said that. I'm sorry. In total for 718,409, and it was seconded by Councilor O'Hara. Is there a discussion on the amendment to the main motion, councilors? I'll give Council O'Neill the floor first because you made the amendment.
Thank you. Again, I just think it's a lot of money on top of over $500,000. And it's going to consultants and matching, and it's is it a slush fund for grants? So that if we get a grant, we can match it. It doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense to have $100,000 to give away to consultants when we have community development personnel services that can do the job.
Okay, anyone else like to discuss the amendment? Council Worthley and then Council Grow.
Thank you. Councilor Neal, I don't want to address you directly, but with your question, I share your concern, but I'd like to just say that when there are matching grants and the city and the mayor's office, community development decide this is something we want to pursue, that would have to come through the council to decide to match that for any dollar amount. I think, so it might be over 5,000. I'm sorry, to apply for the grant. So before they even apply for the grant, they need to ask the council permission to do that if there's any matching funds. So that would give you, or any councilor, sort of that chance to say, we don't support that grant, if you will. And as far as consultant fees, there's not just giving to consultants, right? We're hiring them for a specific cause. That's not something that our staff can do. And for example, I don't know if this is part of this, but we have the master plan, which is required by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So we have a master plan, and that means doing multiple, when we did last time, was 53 meetings that were off hours, weekends, nights, and pulling in information that we couldn't possibly ask our city staff to do. So we have a paid consultant to do that. That then really gives us direction for our overall vision for the community. So it's things like that that I've been through personally that I see, yeah, this is something that we wouldn't be able to handle on staff as well. As much as I appreciate that you commend the staff that we have, this is something I think we need.
Thank you, Council Worthy. On the amendment, councilors, anyone else like to discuss the amendment? Council Grow. You are muted.
I guess I would just ask the councilor how she expects the community development director to deal with issues that Councilor Worthley's brought up about specific issues that arise where we actually need specific expertise on a particular issue to be paid for. By comparison, our community development department is substantially understaffed compared to neighboring communities. Salem has a significant number of community development employees that are there to manage these kinds of issues. We rightfully ought to be increasing the personal services substantially to cover additional staff. But when you have somebody who like our planning director, and who works a regular 35 plus hours a week, attending multiple meetings every week between the planning department, city council, conservation commission, all these things, we run our community development department ragged. And to suggest that we could just add on all these additional subtopics for specialized consultants is really kind of an impossible ask. And it's not at all something that I think that we should be doing. If we don't spend the money for consultants, it falls to the bottom line to the end of the year, but we shouldn't be delaying projects because we have to come in for supplemental appropriations during the year.
Any councilor that has not spoken on the amendment? Councilor Memard, of course.
Just in terms of the work that the community development department does for the city, I think it's very important that they have access and know that planning ahead that they have access to this kind of resources to match other grants that become available. You know, if you're accepting $800,000 and you need $100,000 to match it, that's worth it. To not have these funds in the budget available for them to use under those circumstances is really, penny wise and pound foolish. We've advocated for more grant writers because it just helps offset our taxpayers' burden dramatically to get outside resources in. You can't do it without matching grants. So it seems to me that this proposal as presented and as approved in this budget makes good sense. It may not be enough money. The department may be understaffed, but this is what's before us from the mayor for this department.
So I have not spoken yet on this amendment, and I will not be supporting the amendment. One of the things that we discussed at the budget meeting that I held at Lanesville Community Center was we did some best practices of other municipalities, and Val Nelson led a best practice with the city of Salem, because Salem is very, very aggressive and progressive with a lot of their issues that they have on community development. And if you saw the numbers of staff that they have versus what we have, we're keep being blessed with Gemma because we have one great person that we're able, a sustainability director in the past year. And to watch what she does for this community is just amazing. And that's one person. So I will not be supporting this, this amendment. Anyone else like to speak that has not spoken on the amendment? Council O'Neill, your hand is raised. You have the floor again. Go ahead.
Thank you. So if I might as well get down to the nitty gritty, right? So of that $100,000, $50,000 is for service for planning projects, consultants, grant matching funds, and zoning support. So the thing with me is zoning, as everybody knows, right? Because I am the Ward 2 counselor, and that's where they want to put the multi-family units is downtown. So I am concerned that we're spending $50,000 on a consultant to increase multifamily housing downtown. And to your point, President Gilman, if you're comparing us to Salem, Salem has built up so dramatically that Kim Driscoll said herself that she has built so much housing that she can't even, that it's been such a success that she can't even keep up with the demand now. So for her to keep, she built so much that
Point of order.
threw in a crowd.
Council Nolan, you have the floor. State your point.
I got to call a point in order on this. We're going off track. We're talking about $100,000 for the planning board, the planning and development, and now we're getting into housing in Salem and housing on what I'm assessing is going to be the TOD. I think that there's a lot more to why there's $100,000 there. And I'm sorry, Councilor O'Neill, with this, I think it went way off topic on that.
I support your point of order, Councilor Nolan. Any further comments on the amendment before we vote the amendment? Seeing none, roll call vote. Just get my list. Councilor Gilman, no. Councilor Gross?
No.
Councilor Grow? Councilor Grow? On the amendment? We can't hear you. Councilor Grow?
He said yes.
No.
Good try. Councilor, good try, Councilor. Councilor Majota?
No.
Councilor Memard?
No.
Nolan?
No.
O'Hara?
Yes.
O'Neill?
Yes.
Worthley?
No.
So you said no. So motion fails, 3 in favor, 6 opposed, right?
No, two in favor.
Oh,
Two
oh yeah, no, I'm sorry.
2 in favor.
2 in favor, 7 opposed. In favor were O'Hara and O'Neill. Thank you. So we're back to the main motion. Further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
No.
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 8 in favor, 1 opposed.
Councilor Gilman,
O'Neill, go
because
ahead.
we have a no, we have to vote each one individually. Personal services and now ordinary maintenance.
Okay, so,
Sorry.
so,
So the first line item of personal services?
did everybody hear what our auditor just said?
Yes.
Can you speak a little bit louder to that, Penny?
Because we have,
We could hear him.
Okay,
because we have a descending vote, we now need to vote each category separately. So personal services would be the first category, then the second will be ordinary maintenance.
Okay.
okay, so Council Member.
So I would move to recommend that personal services for community development be at $700,959.
Second.
Second.
Third.
Motion's made by Council Memard. I think it was Council Grow that seconded it. Is there a discussion on that? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly.
Yes.
Yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
And then the remaining vote, I would move that for the Department of Community Development, we vote a ordinary maintenance budget for the year of $117,450. I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, second by Council Gross. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
No.
Worthly.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 8 in favor, 1 in opposition. O'Neill. Next order of business.
The next order of business is moving ahead from community development to police administration, Department 210. Budget and Finance recommends on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Gross, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for police administration as follows. Personal services, $680,540. Ordinary maintenance, $74,865 for a departmental total for police administration of $755,405. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, second by Councilor Gross. Discussion? See none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly.
Yes.
Yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 211, uniforms for police. Tracy, I'm sorry, that was a reminder of last year. You had a question about why we spent so much money on police uniforms. Talking
Well,
about,
so if I may, in my defense, it says personal services. Shouldn't that be personnel?
Kenny, do you want to speak to that?
If I may, so within the Master Law, Chapter 4432, it does specify for city, we do need to vote as personal services, which is essentially salaries, payroll, overtime, ordinary
Right.
maintenance, essentially non-payroll, which are our vendors, capital outlay, which are capital items such as vehicles or building improvements. So we're just following Master Law, we're just following DOR
All right, thank you.
requirements.
Thank you. No, that's a great question. Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
So Department 211, police uniform, Committee recommendation on a motion by myself, Councillor Memhard, seconded by Councillor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for police-uniform as follows. Personal services, $6,513,001. Ordinary maintenance, $202,834. Capital outlay, $118,301 for a departmental total in Department 211 police uniform of $6,834,136. And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Councillor Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
O'Neill.
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 212, Police Criminal Investigations. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councillor Memhard, seconded by Councillor Worthley. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriation for police criminal investigations as follows. Personal services, $549,890. Ordinary maintenance, $2,450. Departmental total, police criminal investigations of $552,340. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
yes,
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
O'Neill.
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Next department, Department 216, Police Harbors. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councillor Memhard, seconded by Councillor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for police-harbors as follows. Personal services, $33,073. Ordinary maintenance, $22,100 for departmental total police harbors of $55,173. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
yes,
Jota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
O'Neill.
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Moving from harbors to parking, Department 218, Police Parking. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councillor Memhard, seconded by Councillor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted in favor, 0 opposed to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for police-parking as follows. Personal services, $135,977. Ordinary maintenance, 0. For the total for the department of $135,977. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
yes,
Jota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
O'Neill.
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Next department is Fire Prevention and Suppression, Department number 220. Committee recommendation on a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for fire prevention and suppression as follows. Personal services, $10,421,122. Ordinary maintenance, $870,236. Capital outlay, $137,037 for a total for the department of $11,441,940. $428,395. I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion, councilors?
Council,
O'Hara.
yes, I brought this up at the Budget and Finance meeting of the whole. The fire chief mentioned a new position within his department that would be, he's hoping he can hire somebody at the cost of $70,000 for OSHA regulations. It was mentioned that he was, if you will, christened with the responsibility.
Point of order, that's a separate,
Council O'Hara,
that's a separate item.
I
It's
think
still
the one
before
that
us.
you want to discuss is Department 291, which is the fire emergency management
That's fine, thank you.
coming up. So, thank you, Kenny. Any further discussion on this? Appreciate both Bob Rivas, our Assistant Fire Chief, as well as our Fire Chief, Eric Smith, that are still with us on the call. So it's appreciated that you're here to listen in. So a roll call vote, Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
Hera,
Yes,
O'Neill,
yes,
Wortley.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
So the next department here for us tonight is Department 241, Inspectional Services. Our committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Wortley, Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for inspectional services as follows. Personal services, $588,147. Ordinary maintenance, $15,950 for a departmental total. Inspectional services of $604,097. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Discussion? Council Grow.
We're on fire emergency management, correct?
No.
Inspectional services.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. It's my fault.
Okay.
You're not paying attention, huh?
No, I thought we just voted that. That's why it's getting late.
Not a problem. Any further discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Rowe.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
Hera.
yes,
O'Neill.
yes,
Wortley.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
And the next one, Department 291, apparently is a hot department, but it's fire emergency management. And the committee recommendation was as follows. On a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Gross, the Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for fire emergency management as follows. Personal services, $70,000. Ordinary maintenance, $51,250. Capital outlay, $2,500 for a departmental total for fire emergency management of $123,750. And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion, councilors? Councilor O'Hara.
so we at the, as council,
Do you just want to make an amendment and then we can discuss your amendment?
well, I'm questioning, as I questioned at the Budget and Finance, that position and the value of that position.
Okay, so why don't you make a motion to amend and then you can be the first person to discuss your amendment.
I'd like to amend the budget by reducing it $70,000.
So the personal, yes, right? That's what you're,
Yes,
okay.
that's correct.
And then your motion would be that the total be 53,750. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but that's,
Yeah, if you want to deduct the 70,000 from the gross amount, that would be it.
Okay, so it's 53,000.
You don't need to do that. You just have to do the personal services.
Kenny said that I'm micromanaging this process, so he's right. So
Thank you, Kenny.
you did it perfect, so thank you. So Council O'Hara has a motion to reduce personnel to 0 from 70,000. Is there a second on his amendment?
Second.
Council O'Neill. Okay, so we have a motion and a second for amendment. Councilor O'Hara, you have the floor because you made the amendment.
Certainly. I asked the question at the Budget and Finance meeting of the whole as far as that position and more importantly, the amount absorbing another city employee, I think in these times, and it was stipulated that that employee would be responsible for OSHA regulations, OSHA laws. In today's environment, I'm a business owner, everything's available online. They're very inexpensively to gain information. I reached out to a couple of professionals and they recommended the same rather than absorbing an employee. I think multiple reasons. Employees are very difficult to find. The value that you have to pay for an employee in this environment, hiring environment, is what I would call you're going to pay excessive amounts. That I think in this economical times, we can't afford to be hiring employees. We need to think outside the box. There are other ways to, I think, accommodate the same needs without hiring an employee.
Okay, so on the amendment, anyone else like to speak on Council O'Hara's amendment? Council O'Neill.
I agree with Councilor O'Hara. I think it's, this is someplace where we can tighten our belts and not spend an extra $70,000. I just think that it's, that can be absorbed by the fireman or the chief, or I just think it's excessive. And I think it's time to tighten our belts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Councilor Nolan.
Always thinking about the budget and where it's going to go. I have to say that if Eric Smith is looking to add personnel for OSHA and following safety guidelines and inspections, to me, $70,000 with the amount of industrial accidents that we've seen over the last few years increasing, I think that's money well spent. If we could save someone's life or someone's injury by having someone that inspects and practices the OSHA laws, I think this is well worth it, and I will not be supporting the amendment.
Council Marjota.
I just 100% agree with Council Nolan.
Anyone else like to speak on the amendment? Council Gross.
Yeah, I'm surprised that this hasn't been here. I know that the city and state were exempt from OSHA not too long ago, but now we're no longer, thank God, because it was a different set of rules for private industry or even contractors who are working for the city that had to be under OSHA, but the city did not. I find it rather surprising that anyone would want to pull off any safety measure here for the lives of our workers. This is, we have open trenches. We have, bucket trucks. We have sewers, sewer gas. There are just so many different entities that are hazardous to our workers that, again, as Councilor Nolan said, this is a piece that's been needed for a while, and I'm surprised it wasn't there.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, Council Neal, have you already spoken on the amendment?
Yeah, yes, I have. I can't speak again.
If you make it short, because we are going to be here till midnight, but go ahead, you can be short.
Is this OSHA inspector, is he inspecting our employees or is he inspecting businesses around the city? And have there been a lot of accidents that and that's why we're having this new employees?
Excuse me.
Have there been a lot of accidents in the city?
I will ask Bob Rivas or Chief Smith to answer that. Chief Smith.
If I may, Madam Chair, the chief is here as an attendee. I mean,
Then
anyway,
please-
it's your council, but
Would you speak on behalf of Council O'Neill's question?
I can speak to what the position. So this is the Assistant Emergency Services Director. They're gonna be, it's about OSHA compliance and safety for city employees and response to emergency situations. So it's a little bit of both, right? So if there's an emergency situation within the city, that's what the emergency services responds to. The OSHA piece is for OSHA compliance for city employees. We had a gap assessment done that you all supported last year that pointed out several deficiencies where we are not putting our employees first. They were working very hard under Carol McMahon and former Assistant Chief Aiello. COVID hit and redirected everyone's energy. So we're trying to get back on track to put our employees who are your residents and your constituents in a safe possible work environment as possible.
Thank you. So the amendment is to reduce the personnel amount from 70,000 to 0. And this is for Department 291. Let's vote on the amendment. Council Gilman, no. Gross,
No.
Rowe,
No.
Majota,
No.
Memard,
No.
Nolan,
No.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly.
No.
The motion fails, 2 in favor, 7 opposed. And now
Back to the original.
back to the original motion. Everyone knows what the original motion is. It was made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Further discussion on the main motion. Council Grow.
Do we now have to do these individually?
I don't think so
Only
because
if
we
this- Like there's a
The
decision.
motion failed, not the first original amendment, so we'll find out shortly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Right, so we have to see what the vote is.
Do you want me to
before we do that.
restate the motion?
Sure, that would be helpful. Go ahead.
So we're
Council.
talking about Fire Emergency Management Department 291,
Mhm.
Personal Services, $70,000, Ordinary Maintenance, $51,250, Capital Outlay, $2,500 for a departmental total for Fire Emergency Management of $123,750. As has been moved and seconded.
Go ahead, you move it, and it was seconded by Council Gross, exactly. Okay, so roll call, is there a discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Next department is Department 292, Police Animal Control. Committee recommendation on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed. To recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for police animal control as follows. Personal services, $136,889. Ordinary maintenance, $6,000. Departmental total for police animal control of $142,889. And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Rowe,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
yes,
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
The next department is Department 296, Shellfish Control. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for shellfish control as follows: personal services, $133,842. Ordinary maintenance, $25,850. Departmental total, $159,692, and I so move.
second,
Motion made by Council Memard, second by Council Gross. Is there discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
yes,
Grow,
yes,
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
yes,
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
The next department is Department 403, DPW, Solid Waste Disposal and Recycling. Committee recommendation on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for DPW, Solid Waste Disposal and Recycling as follows: personal services, $20,000. Ordinary maintenance, $2,802,494. Departmental total, $2,822,494, and I so move.
second,
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
yes,
Grow,
yes,
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
yes,
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
The next department, Department 411, DPW Engineering. On a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Gross, Budget and Finance voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for DPW Engineering as follows: personal services, $60,625. Ordinary maintenance, $8,430, for a departmental total for DPW Engineering of $69,055, and I so move.
second,
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
yes,
Grow,
yep,
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yep.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
yes,
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
yes,
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 421, DPW Public Works Administration. The committee recommendation on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for DPW Public Works Administration as follows: personal services, $122,769. Ordinary maintenance, $15,790. Departmental total, $138,559, and I so move.
second,
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
yes,
Grow,
yes,
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
yes,
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
yes,
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 423, DPW Snow and Ice Removal. Budget and Finance on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for DPW Snow and Ice Removal as follows: personal services, $141,500. Ordinary maintenance, $590,100. Capital outlay, $35,000, for departmental total of $766,600, and I so move.
second,
Motion's made by Council Memard, second by Council Worthley. Is there discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yeah.
Grow,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
I'm just thinking there's gotta be a way I could read these motions sort of like a bingo, call. Department 470, DPW, Public Works, Public Services. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed. To recommend the City Council approve fiscal year 2024 appropriations for DPW Public Services as follows. Personal Services, $1,639,479. Ordinary maintenance, $800,189. Capital outlay, $50,000 for a departmental total of $2,489,668. And I so move. Does anybody have a matching number?
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthley.
Yes.
The yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 472, DPW Facilities Maintenance. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed. To recommend the City Council approve fiscal year 2024 appropriations for DPW Facilities Maintenance as follows. Personal Services, $3,012,192. Ordinary maintenance, $2,969,149, excuse me.
Get tired.
No, I'm getting, the numbers get hard to, well, maybe I get tired. Total departmental is $5,981,341, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there discussion? Council O'Neill.
Thank you. Just have a question on, it's page 71 of the binder, and it's under 0147252. It's pest control for $7,752. I'm not disputing the amount. I'm just wondering, what is pest control? Is it spraying? And what is being sprayed? And where is it being sprayed? What is pest control? Is it
Rats, baby, rats.
Rats,
where? Where?
schools, food. Oh,
And
All cities.
where is it, where is it being controlled and what's it being controlled by? I know there's a constituent on the line who would very much like to know what is being put in the schools, in the vicinity of schools that is possibly poisonous.
Counselor, I would appreciate that we not be taking calls from our constituents, so we can.
I didn't take a call from her. She's on
Okay.
the line.
Oh, okay, so it sounded like she had called you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not taking any calls.
Okay, Counselor Nolan.
That would be pest control for all city properties. There's definitely different methods that they would use for removing or repelling pets. But I can assure you that all methods being used are within the law and within the confines of the Board of Health.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions on, okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Rowe.
Yes.
Majota.
Oh, yeah.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
Worthley.
Yes.
Yes, have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Next department is Department 499, the DPW Central Services. Committee recommendation on the motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for DPW Central Services as follows. Personal Services, $167,235. Ordinary Maintenance, $927,919. Capital Outlay, $10,000 for a departmental total of DPW Central Services of $1,105,154. And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Discussion, councilors? Council O'Neill.
Thank you. The capital outlay is for $10,000 for a new truck for the storekeeper. Who's the storekeeper? Lease payment to own new truck for storekeeper. Who's the storekeeper that gets that?
I don't think we usually mention people's names by, on a budget
She's asking
review.
what a storekeeper is.
Oh, what store, you're
Yeah,
asking.
the
what
position.
Okay, thank you. Council Nolan?
In central services, we have a person that works for the city that is in charge of obtaining, maintaining, and filling all of the parts necessary for street work and for materials to be distributed throughout the Department of Public Works. So this particular individual would have a truck, whether he had to go to EJ Prescott in Middleton to get a piece of pipe, or if he had to go to New Hampshire Hydraulics to get a cylinder for a machine. But the central services is basically like the Walmart for the DPW, and
All right.
the person has a vehicle to go ahead and grab materials as they go.
All right, thank you.
You are a fountain of knowledge. I'm very impressed. Thank you. Anyone else have a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman. Yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
Worthing.
Yes.
The yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Next up is Department 510, Board of Health. Our committee recommendation on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Worthley. Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for Board of Health as follows. Personal Services, $540,722. Ordinary Maintenance, $89,261 for a departmental total for the Board of Health of $629,983. And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes.
Council Memard.
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 541, Council on Aging.
Council, I'd just like to announce that I'm an ex officio board member of the Council on Aging under MGL 268A. I have no personal or financial benefit on this matter, so I will be voting on it.
So noted. The committee recommendation on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for the Council on Aging as follows. Personal Services, $147,551. Ordinary Maintenance, $42,193. Capital Outlay, $35,000 for a total Department Council on Aging, Department 541 of $224,744. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
We're halfway through on page 9 now out of 16, and I'm gonna go ahead and take a break and let our city auditor Kenny Costa take over with the reading of the motions on the balance of these budget items.
Thank you. Councilor Nolan has a question.
Oh, Counselor Nolan, I bet he's gonna want to take a recess. Do you? I can't hear you. You're muted.
I was gonna say at the swap, I was wondering if we should take a 3-minute.
Sounds great. There's a motion to recess. Is a seconded by Counselor Worthley. We still need to do a roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Or
Majota.
I'm just gonna say no.
Memard.
Wait, Frank, are you serving around? Are you gonna bring us some snacks?
Of
Memard.
course, I'll be right there.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
Neil.
Yes.
Worthley.
Yes, thank you.
All right, let's be back in 3 minutes. So 9:13.
Sorry for the eating.
On aging briefly?
We're on veterans benefits.
All right, let's just, everybody is back on. So, let's see,
So you're gonna move.
we've got Councilor Neal, Councilor Rose, Nolan. Marshall just there, who else? Let's see.
You're missing Kathy.
Everybody's here. Okay. Good. So we are continuing. We are coming back from our recess.
Council Worthley.
Oh, Council Worthley is not yet here.
Not in the frame.
Okay. So he's not in the frame.
He was just there.
Let's give him a second.
Where's Council O'Hara?
For those of you who are on the phone, just to let you know, after this section, we are going to then get to the two public hearings that are on the agenda. First one is public hearing. Twenty twenty-three. 030.
Amendment.
The amendments
GCO,
for the
chapter 22.
residents only parking on Apple, Blueberry, and
Honeysuckle Road across.
no, not
that
Honeysuckle, no. Apple, Blueberry, and Juniper. And then the other one is the conversion from private to public. So we will get to those after this, and I think we have probably about another hour, would you say?
Yep.
To go on this. Okay, so we're all back. Welcome back, everybody. And we will continue with the fiscal 24 voting process. So Council Memard. Oh, Council, I'm sorry. Our auditor is now going to make the motions, and Council Memard will move it. And then Council Gross will continue to second.
Thank you, Council
Go ahead.
Gilman. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny.
Department 543, Veterans Benefits, Committee recommendation on a motion by Council Memhard, seconded by Council Worthy. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for veterans benefits as follows. Personal services, $157,334. Ordinary maintenance, $352,365 for a total of $509,699.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara. O'Hara.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 563, Tourism Commission. Committee recommendation on motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for Tourism Commission as follows: personal services, $21,500; ordinary maintenance, $130,000, for a total of $151,500.
So move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard and it is seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion? Council O'Neill.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the line item. We give $100,000 to Discover Gloucester. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how many people are on the Tourism Commission?
Madam Chair, we happy to answer this if I could, if you'd like.
From BNF, go ahead, Council Worthley.
Sure, although I defer to Ms. Cahill. I served on the Tourism Commission years ago. We used to have a city staff person who was the tourism coordinator and an assistant that helped with that. And since then, we've evolved to Discover Gloucester, which is a separate 501c3 that is a destination marketing organization, specifically taking on the role of what the tourism coordinator used to do. And they have their own board, which has a city representative on it. So basically, it's done through a different model. And so it's not incurring the costs of personnel, pensions, health insurance, et cetera, et cetera. So this is a different way of doing it. And it's worked in Salem. It's worked in a lot of different communities very effectively. I didn't mean to raise my hand.
Councilor. Do you have anything to add, our CAO, Jill? Okay.
No, he just a couple corrections. It's a 501c4. But
Sorry.
otherwise, he did great, Councilor Worthley. And we have two members on the board by their bylaws, the community development director and a representative from the mayor's office. But
Great.
thank you, Councilor Worthley did a great job.
Thank you. Further discussion on this? Council O'Neill.
2 members on the Discover Gloucester Board or the Tourism Commission?
The Discover Gloucester Board, and Madam Chair, if I may, through you on the Tourism Commission. We currently, the Tourism Commission itself is not meeting. One of the challenges that I think Councilor Worthley can back me up on too, and that I found as Community Development Director, we currently have the Discover Gloucester Board, and the Chamber also has a Tourism Committee. And so finding volunteers that for the Tourism Commission that were separate from those people already volunteering in the community was challenging. And also we're, still the past few years, the Tourism Commission has been trying to figure out what their role is with all of these other bodies. So we continue to work closely with both Discover Gloucester and the Chamber on those efforts. And ponder what the next move is with the Tourism Commission. And there's been a lot of different ideas out there, but we haven't made any movement in that yet.
So I don't get an answer that I understood. How many people are on the Tourism Commission?
It's not currently appointed.
Okay.
It's not currently meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion, councilors, Councilor Majota.
I just want to say I was a former member of the Tourist Commission. That's all.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
and Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Kenny,
Thank you. Department 610, Library Administration. Committee recommendation on a motion by Council Memard, seconded by Council Worthley. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for Library Administration as follows. Personal services, $1,084,629. Ordinary maintenance, $209,670, for a total of $1,294,299.
And I so move.
Second.
motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
I would just like to disclose that I'm incorporated as a library and a former board member, but I have no interest financially or personally in the vote on their budget.
Thank you, Counselor. Roll call vote. Counselor Gilman? Yes. Gross?
Yes.
Grow?
Yes.
Majota?
Yes.
Memard?
Yes.
Nolan?
Yes.
O'Hara?
Yes.
O'Neill?
yes,
Worthly?
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 700, Debt Service. Committee recommendation on a motion by Council Memhard, seconded by Council Worthley. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for debt service as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $12,477,833. Total the same, $12,477,833.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Council Gross?
I don't know if people are aware that there's $1,770,000 in here that shifts out of the water. So just try to remember that would also be over on the water debt. But it's been shifted over here to the general fund.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross?
Yes.
Grow?
Yes.
Majota?
Yes.
Memard?
Yes.
Nolan?
Yes.
O'Hara?
Yes.
O'Neill?
yes,
Worthly?
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 820, Other State and County Assessments. Committee recommendation on motion by Council Memhard, seconded by Council Gross. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for other state and county assessments as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $2,533,469. Total the same, $2,533,469.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Councilor Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Gross?
Yes.
Grow?
Yes.
Majota?
Yes.
Memard?
Yes.
Nolan?
Yes.
Kara?
Yes.
O'Neill?
yes,
Worthly?
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 901, Health and Life Insurance. Committee recommendation on a motion by Council Memhard, seconded by Councilor Gross. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for health and life insurance as follows. Personal services, $9,746,162. Total the same, $9,746,162.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross?
Yes.
Grow?
Yes.
Majota?
Yes.
Memard?
Yes.
Nolan?
Yes.
O'Hara?
Yes.
O'Neill?
yes,
Worthly?
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 903, Medicare Insurance. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for Medicare insurance as follows. Personal services, $870,000, total the same, $870,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
Farah.
yes,
O'Neill.
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 910, Workers' Compensation. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for workers' compensation as follows. Personal services, $330,520, total the same, $330,520.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
O'Neill.
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 915, Unemployment Compensation. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for unemployment compensation as follows. Personal services, $50,000, total the same, $50,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
O'Neill.
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 921, Pensions, Regular Contributory. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for pensions, regular contributory as follows. Personal services, $11,832,218, total the same, $11,832,218.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
Farah.
yes,
O'Neill.
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 942, Regional School Assessments.
And I'd just like to note that I am an appointed board member representing the city of Gloucester on the Essex Tech North Shore Regional Vocational School under MGL 268A. I have no personal or financial benefits on this matter, and I plan on voting. Thank you.
Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council accept the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for regional school assessments for the North Shore Regional Vocational School as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $1,790,170, total the same, $1,790,170.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
Farah.
yes,
O'Neill.
yes,
And Worthly.
Yes.
9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 945, liability insurance, committee recommendation on the motion by Counselor Memhard, second by Counselor Worthley. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 appropriations for liability insurance as follows. Ordinary maintenance, $870,000, total the same, $870,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Marjota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
Kara.
yes,
O'Neill.
yes,
Worthley.
yes,
Yes, have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Department 970, other financing uses. Note, this item is comprised of 2 items, $75,000 for athletic revolving fund and $30,000 for fiscal year 2026 certification of real and personal property. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, second by Councilor Gross. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 other financing uses as follows. Transfers to other funds, $105,000, total the same, $105,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, second by Council Gross. Is there discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
yes,
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
Kara.
yes,
O'Neill.
yes,
Worthley.
yes,
The yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
The next department is the school department. It's a bottom line budget of $49,738,897. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 school department budget in the amount of $49,738,897.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion is made by Council Memard and is seconded by Council Gross. And I just would note that School Committee Chair Kathy Clancy is still on the call. So is there a discussion? Council Grow.
thank you, Madam Chair. During the presentation, it was noted that there's a $650,000 delta between the proposed budget from the school committee and the mayor's budget. And it sounded like there was some work being done by the school department along with the superintendent and the administration to bridge that gap because of some programs that I think are going to be very much needed in terms of vocational education. I'd like to just encourage that conversation to continue in a productive way and make sure that we're not sacrificing other programs in that process. The vocational program is certainly one that I think is going to be a great benefit to our district, but we have to make sure that we're ensuring the other programs don't get shortchanged as well. And if the administration or the school committee finds that that conversation is breaking down, I certainly would be supportive of coming back later at a later time for a supplemental appropriation to bridge that gap, because I think it's important that we maintain the integrity of our schools. So that's that.
Thank you, councilors. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
yes,
O'Neill.
no,
Worthley.
yes.
The yeses have it. 8 in favor, 1 opposed. O'Neill. Thank you.
And that concludes the general fund appropriations. The next item is fiscal year 24 general fund revenues. Committee recommendation on motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthley. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 general fund revenue, including other financing sources, in the amount of $134,295,323.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yeah.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
O'Neill.
yes,
Lee.
Yes.
Yes, have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthy. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 overlay dash reserve for abatements and exemptions in the amount of $400,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
O'Neill.
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Yes, have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
So just for informational purposes, so the total net available net funds for fiscal year 2024 is $133,895,323. So we have a balanced budget on appropriations and revenues.
You're here.
Congrats.
Great. Thank you, Kenny. And John.
Administration.
Yeah, and administration, of course. Thank you.
The next section is Community Preservation Act funds, water, sewer, waterways, and the Dorothy Talbot Rink Enterprise funds. So next is votes on Community Preservation Act. Committee recommendation on motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthy. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the Community Preservation Fund fiscal year 2024 revenues in the amount of $806,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
O'Neill.
yes,
Lee.
Yes.
The yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthy. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the Community Preservation Fund fiscal year 2024 expenditures in the amount of $866,000 as follows. Open Space Reserve, $86,600. Community Housing Reserve, $86,600. Historic Preservation Reserve, 0. Administration, $43,300. Debt Service Historic Preservation, $201,325. General Reserve, $448,175 for a total of $866,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yep.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
O'Neill.
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
The yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
The next item is the Water Enterprise Fund. Water Enterprise Appropriations, Department 450, Water. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Worthy. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the total fiscal year 2024 water enterprise appropriations as follows. Personal services, $1,913,159. Ordinary maintenance, $3,356,053. Capital outlay, $291,320. Debt service, other financing uses, $2,552,174. A total of $8,112,706.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Council O'Hara.
Yeah, I just have a question. Kenny probably can answer this just for clarification, particularly for those at home. As far as the debt service, could you explain what that is and what it's for?
Yeah, so debt service, I mean, John can also discuss this as well. So the debt service is anytime the city goes out and there's like a capital project, the city does go out and they do issue out a BAN, which is a bond anticipation note, or a GOB, which is general obligation bond. And essentially these are like mortgage payments. This is paying back those monies that the city borrowed.
Specifically for water infrastructure.
Yeah, for water infrastructure.
Specifically
For water
projects.
Yeah, you'll see the same thing for sewer as well, and those for sewer projects. Or you might see the same thing for waterways or in the general fund, which is government type activities. So each fund has its own respective debt service categories.
Terrific. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
Kara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
yes,
Quigley.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Water enterprise revenues. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Worthy. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 water enterprise revenues as follows. Total revenues, $8,112,706.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, second by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Jota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Next is the water rate. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Worthy. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 water rate of $10.42 per 1,000 gallons for a 12-month billing period effective July 1st, 2023, retroactive to April 1st, 2023. This is a 95 cent or a 10.01% increase over fiscal year 2023 water rate of $9.47 per 1,000 gallons.
And I do move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, is seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Council O'Hara.
I wasn't at the budget hearing on this. Could you explain the reason why we need to increase over 10%?
So in general, what we have is debt service on water projects increasing from year to year, and some other aspects of ordinary maintenance increasing in the same manner. We don't have in this case in the water enterprise fund any retained earnings or free cash that we can use to reduce the impact of the increasing expenditures. So it's all going to be borne by the rate.
So what's the alternative? If we didn't increase it 10%, what would happen?
We didn't increase it by 10%, then whatever the increase was, if there was any increase, would have to be taken from proposed expenditures. Because we need to have a balanced budget. So for example, if we maintain the rate this year, the same for 2024 at the same level as 2023, we would have to reduce expenditures by, let's just say round numbers, $700,000.
Right, so expenditures being projects that you would like to do.
No, expenditures being how the system operates daily. So it would impact the system daily operations by 10%. And there are a number of things that are within those expenditures which can't be reduced. Debt service, the contract with Veolia, which basically represents about half of the total budget. So we'd be looking at half of the budget to be reduced by $700,000. It would be a huge hit.
Any further
Is
discussion?
10% is, I would consider excessive. The people, as I've said publicly, people are, they can't pay their water bills. I had a constituent call me or email me the other day, same thing. Why these exorbitant water bills? Well, what the people are bleeding. All the way through in general, but the water is something that they see that quarterly bill, and it keeps going up and up and up. People can't flush their toilet is basically what it's coming down to. When that's when people take that for granted, but when people are calling, crying over their water bill, we're looking at 10% increase.
Council Grow, then Majota and Gross in that order.
I guess I would like to remind my fellow councilors that not a couple of minutes ago, we just voted both the revenue and the expenditures of $8,112,706. That is what makes up the water rate. So if you had a problem with the water rate, you probably should have brought that up during the time when we were talking about expenditures and revenue, because without the water rate, we don't make the revenue that we just voted. And at this point, frankly, and I don't mean this to be too offensive, but we're showboating at this point over the rate. The rate is what the rate's going to be because we just voted the amount of money for the expenditures and revenues that create that rate. So we, the 9 of us, bear that responsibility unanimously. And at this point, to argue about the rate is really there's no sense to it at that point. If you want to make an issue about it, it should be on the expenditures and revenue side.
I'm not trying to argue about or make an issue a showboat. Councilor Grow.
So,
Council Majota.
My question is, what is, and I probably should ask Mike Hale for this, but what is the average water consumption per gallons per household in Gloucester?
I could get that for you, Counselor. I don't have that off the top of my head.
That's it. Thank you.
Council Gross, and then Council O'Neill.
Well, I mean, I was hoping that maybe Council O'Hara would have an amendment because talking in generalities doesn't really help us, the administration, or the constituents. If there's specific places that are outlined in the budget that he has a mind to, then he can bring an amendment forward, but otherwise I'm not quite certain where we're getting at as far as that goes.
No, Councilor Gross, I'm asking general questions. Just people are asking if they're not, the questions aren't asked, I can't provide an answer to constituents.
Council O'Neill and then Council Memard.
Thank you. I didn't realize that, I mean, maybe this increased vote should have come before the enterprise revenues and expenditures vote, because I didn't realize that that was the situation. However, sitting here as we're talking, was it John Dunn that said we would need to make up $700,000, right? That's about $700,000. Sitting here, I come up with 1, 2, 3, 340, 440, $525,000 worth of cuts in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different places. that could help make up for that. And I'd be happy to tell you what they are if you want to hear it.
We've already approved
Yeah.
the appropriation.
We've already approved the appropriations, Counselor O'Neill, so I think we have to continue in this discussion. So Counselor Memard,
Just weighing in on the question of water rates in our community, because of the age of our infrastructure, because of our granite ledges. While we're well endowed with water, the water distribution system is costly. As somebody who's been in the ice business for 40 years, our current water rate is half of what it was scheduled to be a short time ago during the Kirk administration, when she did a tax shift to defer. I mean, we were over $16,000 per thousand gallons. And she implemented a tax shift back in her administration that we approved that dramatically reduced that for a period of time. So now it's climbing back up again. But one way or another, we have to pay for the expense of running a water treatment plant and a distribution system in the community, in our island communities of Gloucester.
anyone else like to speak on this discussion? Counselor Grow and then Counselor Gross.
I would just point out and just remind people that as high as this seems, the amount of, requests and demands for improved infrastructure costs are going to add to this figure over the next few years, regardless of what we do. So, we're trying, I think some of my colleagues are trying to have our cake and eat it too. This stuff is going to cost us more money. We can't demand more services, can't we demand more infrastructure, can't demand more borrowing and more breadth of our services and not have a way to pay for it. That's why it's an enterprise account. It has to pay for itself. And unfortunately, that's what we've done. We made this vote, and the confirmation of the 1042 per thousand is simply that. It's a confirmation that we are going to raise the rate to that amount so that we can pay for what services we are expecting from the water department to provide.
Council O'Neill.
I have a question. This budget has to be approved by the mayor, correct?
Recommended.
And then he has until June 30th to confirm it and or change anything. Is that correct?
Kenny, would you like to explain that?
Yeah, so the mayor has already recommended their budget. That was the budget that you received. I believe that was May.
Right.
On May 3rd, that was the budget. At that point, on May 3rd, that was when the city council accepted the budget. So we now have 45 days. We have until Friday to approve the budget. And if the budget's not approved by the city council, then it becomes the mayor's budget at that point.
So without our affirmative vote, it becomes automatically accepted.
Any further discussion, councilors? Oh, sorry, Councilor Gross.
I'd just like to point out that, and Councilor O'Hara brought up clarification on the debt service. 51% of this, $712 and $845, $712,845 increase is the debt service is $366,960, which is 51% of this increase. So as we keep moving forward and replacing surface pipes, Rust Island, if we go in and do these other private roads, that's going to climb exponentially. And next year we're going to be, or in future years, we're going to be looking at a much higher debt service rate, which gives us which does not increase our level of service for repairs and maintenance. But I just want everybody to be aware that 51% of this increase, the increase, is debt service.
So I'd like to speak on this because I have not yet spoke. So we've heard so much in the last 3 or 4 months about Rust Island, Haskell Court, Head Point. I mean, I have to share with you that my whole neighborhood, we all have wells. We have no fire hydrants in my neighborhood, and no deep pipes for residents. And I've been quiet about it because I just see how all these other areas are much more in a difficult situation. And I don't want to create like a Pandora's box of additional expenses. So I do think that we have to be mindful of the fact that all these issues that, you know, all of our residents are rightfully concerned about, we have to think about how we are going to fund them, and this is how we're going to have to fund them. And if we don't support this, then we're going to go back to what happened 10 years ago when we had to have a boil water issue because all our water was contaminated, and that was a problem. So we have to keep maintaining our infrastructure. It's old, but we have to keep on a progressive path. And then we have to be mindful of the residents who are afraid of fires and don't even have running water. So we have to keep going on this, and I'm going to support this. Anyone else like to speak on this? Council O'Neill and then Council O'Hara.
I just want to make a general statement that I personally believe that we're spending money in all the wrong places. Not all the wrong places, but there are places, and I understand this is an enterprise fund. Maybe it shouldn't be, maybe it should be, but we're spending an awful lot of money on tourism. We give $100,000 to Gloucester 400 Club.
So let's stay on this item because
Well, this is, I just came up with $525,000, 100,000 for this one, 100,000 for that one, 140,000 for Eastern Avenue that had 0 potholes. $85,000 here for whatever. And then
on this matter, please stay on this.
Okay, I'm just thinking that we're spending our money in in many of the wrong places. And we could, that money could be used elsewhere to help pay the further cost of this water bill.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this? Council O'Hara.
Thank you. I just want to thank all of my fellow councilors for commenting and the explanations. I think it's extremely important for the constituents, people at home that are looking at the bottom lines to understand what is going on in Gloucester related to the water distribution system. As Councilor Grow had mentioned, and I'm not disagreeing that we are dealing with a archaic water distribution system that we've, as a city, have been upgrading, and as has been said by all of us, that comes with a tremendous expense. So although this has been a time-consuming discussion, I think it's extremely important and healthy to have this so that the constituents, the taxpayers, understand why the numbers are what they are. So thank you.
Your comments are appreciated. Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Majota.
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
O'Neill.
You're muted.
O'Neill.
No.
Worthley. You're muted, Councilor Worthley.
Yes, sorry about that.
The motion passes, 8 in favor, 1 opposed. O'Neill. Thank you.
Now we move on to the Sewer Enterprise Fund. So the Sewer Enterprise Appropriations, Department 440 Sewer. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Worthley. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 Sewer Enterprise Appropriations as follows. Personal Services, $1,880,303. Ordinary Maintenance, $5,066,455. Capital Outlay, $341,320. Debt Service, Other Financing Uses, $3,018,063, for a total of $10,306,141.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion is made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Marjota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
Kara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
no,
Worthly.
Yes.
We're gonna have to go through each one now.
Okay.
Oh.
So should we just stop before I
Yeah.
calculate? Okay, so we're gonna have to go through each one individually now, because we have a person that is not approving this. So we're gonna start with personal services, so,
Correct. Personal
can you read
services,
that?
$1,880,303.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion, councilors? On personal services? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yeah.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
Kara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Ordinary maintenance.
Ordinary maintenance, $5,066,455.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Councilor Marjota,
Yes.
Council Memard.
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
no,
Council Worthley.
Yes.
The yeses have it. 8 in favor, 1 opposed. Council O'Neill.
Capital outlay, $341,320.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none? Roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Jota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
Neal,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Debt service, other financing uses, $3,018,063.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Jota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
yes,
Worthly.
Yes.
Yeses have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Sewer enterprise revenues, committee recommendation, a motion by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Worthy. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 sewer enterprise revenues as follows. Total revenues, $10,306,141.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
Kara,
Yes.
O'Neill. O'Neill,
no,
Worthly.
Yes.
This is the only one, so we can vote this, right? Okay, so the yeses have it, 8 in favor, 1 opposed. O'Neill.
Sewer rate, committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Worthy. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 sewer rate of $18.16 per 1,000 gallons for a 12-month billing period effective July 1st, 2023, retroactive to April 1st, 2023. This is a $1.04 or a 6.05% increase over fiscal year 2023 sewer rate of $17.12 per 1,000 gallons.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion? Councilor Grow.
I just want to take this moment to point out that we have the looming presence of the secondary treatment facility in our not too distant future, and it's going to be incumbent upon us to support the administration in pursuing any and all opportunities for grants and federal funding, state funding, to drive down the cost to taxpayers. But that rate at $18.16 per thousand is going to go up in the coming years. Nobody should be surprised when it happens. It's unfortunate, but it's part of the problem of kicking the can down the road, as we've done for decades in the city, and we're paying for it now.
Any further discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
Kara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
No.
Worthly.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 8 in favor, 1 opposed. O'Neill.
Next, the votes on the Talbot Rink Enterprise Fund. So first, Talbot Rink Enterprise Appropriations Committee recommendation, a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthy. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 Talbot Rink appropriations as follows. Personal services, $210,522. Ordinary maintenance, $98,000. Capital outlay, $7,000. Debt service, other financial uses, $29,263. A total of $344,785.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yep.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
Kara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly.
Yes.
The yeses have it. What did Tracy say?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm 9 in favor, 0 opposed. I'm sorry. I just, thank you.
Next is Talbot Rink Enterprise Revenues. Committee recommendation. On a motion by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Worthy, the Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 Talbot Rink Enterprise revenues as follows. Total revenues, $344,785.
I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Councilor Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross,
Yes.
Councilor Grow,
Yes.
Councilor Majota,
Yes.
Memard.
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
Kara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly.
Yes.
Yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Next are Waterways Enterprise Fund appropriations. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthy. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 Waterways Enterprise appropriations as follows. Personal services, $401,155. Ordinary maintenance, $244,160. Capital outlay, $17,000. Debt service, other financing uses, $42,467. A total of $704,782.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Councilor Memard, seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard.
Yep.
Nolan,
Yep.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly.
Yes.
Yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Next is Waterways Enterprise Revenues. Committee recommendation on a motion by Counselor Memhard, seconded by Counselor Worthy. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2024 waterways enterprise revenues as follows. Total revenues, $704,782.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan. Nolan, you're muted. Yes.
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
yes,
Ridley.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay, next is the revolving funds. First, the schools. Committee recommendation, a motion by Counselor Memhard, seconded by Counselor Gross. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council continue acceptance of MGL Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, School Department revolving funds for fiscal year 2024 as specified. Fund 0302, Summer School Program, spending limit $10,000. Fund 0305, Transportation, spending limit $200,000. Fund 0306, ROTC, spending limit of $125,000. Fund 0308, Preschool, spending limit of $175,000. Fund 0309, Professional Development, $30,000. 0311, Non-Resident Student Tuition, $130,000. Fund 0317, West Parish Before School Program, spending limit of $35,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota,
Yes.
Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
yes,
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Next is the city revolving funds. Committee recommendation on a motion by Councilor Memhard, seconded by Councilor Worthy. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council authorizes the city to establish revolving funds for certain city departments under Master General Law, Chapter 4453E and a half for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, with specific receipts credited to each fund, the purpose for which each fund may be spent, and the maximum amount that may be spent from each fund for the fiscal year as specified. Fund 310000, building use, spending limit $60,000. Fund 3104, City Hall user, $5,000 spending limit. Fund 3105, court repairs, spending limit $2,885. Fund 3106, septic loan, Board of Health, spending limit $15,000. Fund 3107, vaccine, also Board of Health, spending limit $175,000. Fund 3111, fire training, spending limit of $5,000. 3112, radio frequency study, spending limit $10,000. Fund 3114, solid waste recycling, spending limit of $10,000. Fund 3115, city clerk, preservation of permanent records, spending limit $15,000. Fund 3117, vacant building, spending limit of $80,000. Fund 3118, Lanes Cove Fish Shack, spending limit of $3,500. Fund 3120, various fire training, spending limit of $15,000. Fund 3121, Newell Stadium maintenance, spending limit of $20,000. Fund 3122, Stage Fort Park maintenance, spending limit of $10,000. Fund 3123, police student officer training and equipment, spending limit of $35,000. Fund 3124, fire decontamination drill training, spending limit of $5,000.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion was made by Council Memard, it was seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Gilman, yes. Gross,
Yes.
Grow,
Yes.
Majota,
Yes.
Memard,
Yes.
Nolan,
Yes.
O'Hara,
Yes.
O'Neill,
Yes.
Worthly.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
The last item of the budget, fiscal year 24 school food service revolving fund. Committee recommendation on a motion by Counselor Memhard, seconded by Counselor Gross. The Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend that the City Council appropriate $2 million for the fiscal year 2024 operating costs of the Gloucester School Food Service Program and $2 million for estimated receipts from fees charged to users of the services provided by the Gloucester Food Service Program in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E.
And I so move.
Second.
Motion is made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Gross. Is there a discussion? Council O'Hara.
Yes, thank you. I was just wondering possibly if John Dunn or Kenny could even just, again, explain for people, this is obviously a large dollar value, how this is broken down and what this money is used for.
Yep, so this is essentially, it's a special revenue fund, it's its own fund. This is to pay for salaries, to run the school food service program. I know they have a small equipment, just to buy some small equipment items that as needed for the prep area for the kitchen. But it's for paper costs, food costs, and then there's also reimbursements from the federal government and then also from the state. So, and then it's also the sales, from running the school food service program. So there's various types of receipts that do come into the school food service program.
Thank you.
Is that helpful, Counselor? Okay,
Thank you.
Any further discussion? See none, for this last roll call, I'm gonna say everybody's formal names. So we've had a discussion and now we're gonna do a roll call vote. So Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Council Rajota.
Yes.
Council Memard.
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Yay. We need to do
The council member.
back to Council Memard.
No.
Councilor Memard, go ahead, Councilor.
Yes, I'd like to thank everybody for their thoughtful consideration of the city's budget, the fiscal year 2024 budget. The General Fund, Community Preservation Act, and the 4 enterprise funds does total approximately $154 million, and that is an increase of approximately $7.8 million and 5.34% increase from the last fiscal year 2023 budget, which reflects our increasing fixed costs such as pension obligations, debt service, healthcare, paving, school building, and education costs. Through the efforts of the mayor's office and the support of the city council, the city has adopted a capital plan funding and free cash distribution policy, which sets aside 40% of any free cash to the capital stabilization fund and 20% to the building maintenance stabilization fund. And there is approximately $7 million in capital project stabilization fund that is available to fund capital items going forward in fiscal year 2024. There's also approximately $4.2 million in the building maintenance stabilization that is available to fund building maintenance items in fiscal year 2024. There's also approximately $7 million in the general stabilization set aside for rainy days, quote unquote, rainy days. And we are all thankful that we have these reserves and we have the support of the mayor's office team. These stabilization funds are an incredibly important insurance policy for the city in any upcoming emergency. With Gloucester's 400th anniversary, our city has a lot to reflect on and to celebrate. We would not be able to execute Gloucester's mission or achieve its goals without the efforts of our talented employees, thoughtful insight and guidance from our local, state, and federal elected officials, city council, school committee, and the many, many, many volunteer members of our boards, committees, and commissions. With that being said, the budget represents a considerable effort on the part of the council, the administration, the school committee, the city auditor's office to wring value from every taxpayer's dollar. And we all commend all of us and all of those who have participated in this process for long, long hours, including tonight, and careful attention and discussion and review and digging into the details. We would certainly like to especially thank the city clerk, Luann Senos, and her staff, city auditor, Kenny Costa and his staff, Sherry White, clerk of committees, and all those who shared with us in this long journey and provided us with their great and heartfelt support, professional support. So thank you all.
And right back at Scott Hemmard, Tony Gross, and Jeff Wordley for a job well done. Thank you.
Big team.
Okay, Council O'Neill, you have a question?
Yes, I apologize for this, but I think I found an addition mistake on page 45 of the budget. I know it's been approved and all that, and I neglected to bring it up at the time I was talking about other stuff. On page 45, account number 530025. The line item is $50,700. And when I add up all the things below it, I get $60,700.
Sorry, what was the line item number again at the top?
So it's the main number is 122,052, and then it's 530025. Train OM. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And it says $50,700. When I add 1,000, 5,000, when I add all that up, I get 60,700. I've added it 60,000 times.
What section are you in, Tracy?
I am in the repair facility to meet OSHA, so it must be fire.
What tab?
What
It's
tab?
the orange tab.
I'm on page 45. Does that help you?
Oh, you said 55.
No, 45.
Tab 2, page 45.
Yes, she is correct. So he's gonna have to find $10,000 somewhere else.
You gotta
You
Add
know,
10,000 to it, right?
again, the detail, the explanation here doesn't always add up. In fact, this one was reviewed during the mayor's budget review, and we asked the fire department to reduce it to the current year's budget. So if you notice, the current year's budget, the 2023 budget is 50,700, and the 2024 is the same amount.
You probably forgot to adjust something.
So there's no commitment by that detailed information. It's not a commitment to expect.
Oh,
And
okay.
They don't have to add up.
Okay, could every other department, well, that I added did. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And Chief Smith has to check, his listings there.
Thank you. Next order of business, John and Kenny, if you're ready to get out of here, you deserved it. Drive carefully. You both have a ride to go. And so helpful for you to be here present with us.
Well,
So
thank you all.
thank you.
It went well.
Thank you. How about, councilors, how about a round of applause for these two dedicated
Thank you.
staff?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You gotta stay with me though, sorry.
Oh, I think she was heading for the door too.
Yeah, for you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Feel free
I
to
will.
just bundle up and leave. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is under for council vote, we're gonna finish that, and it's the city council letter of support to the state legislators regarding funding for free school lunch meals for all.
Counselor Gross, seeing you did this work, do you want to read your letter to the counselors before we vote it?
Thank you.
Point of order, if I may.
I don't think you want to
No?
wait till I find it.
Oh, okay. Counsel Worthley?
Yes, I hate point of order sometimes, but it's just an information thing. It's just a question of procedural. I know there were 2 hearings that we put towards to the end of the meeting. And we were hoping if the budget process didn't take as long as it did, we might have got to it. Out of fairness, people who are waiting, if the council president, if you want to continue those, I'd respect that. I personally am not feeling well. I think I mentioned that to you earlier today, and I don't know that I have much left in me. And I usually have good stamina for these things, but I'm not feeling well. So I just want to see if we could continue those 2 weeks out potentially before we go through the next half hour of our meeting to determine that.
So I guess my feeling is that there's still 12 people here. I would say we should open up the public hearing and listen to the people that are here. And if we decide that we want to continue it to the next meeting, we can vote to do that with a majority vote. In that way, we're being respectful to the fact that they've spent their whole night waiting, and then we will just continue it, so no one will lose out. So I'm comfortable with that. So is that?
Yeah. I just want to. I don't know how much is left of the meeting if they have to wait longer.
We're all pretty good, but we knew that this would be an exhausting meeting. So, so do you want to read it, Tony, or do you want to just explain it? And
you all read the first.
Hold on, I think I got it here in a second. Okay.
It's in the packet. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so there's a letter to the senators and also a letter to the representatives, but I'll just read the letter to just one of them. So it's, dear senators, we the Gloucester City Council are writing to request your support in securing funding for the universal school meals in the upcoming FY 2024 budget with the hope of making the program permanent. As you are aware, access to regular and nutritious meals is crucial for children's physical and cognitive development, overall health, and academic success. However, a significant number of students in Gloucester and all over Massachusetts face food insecurity, making it challenging for them to thrive in the classroom. Studies have consistently shown that hunger and malnutrition have detrimental effects on children's learning abilities, concentration, and behavior, hindering their educational progress and success in life. Gloucester Public Schools have over a 60% high-need student population, and being able to provide good, consistent, healthy meals to students is critical to their ability to learn and succeed. The long-term effects of the COVID-19 pandemic are still being realized. Not only have our students been set back academically, but the issue of food insecurity has increased as many families are facing economic hardships due to job instability and dramatic increases in the cost of food and housing. Despite the valiant efforts of schools and community organizations to provide meals during these challenging times, the demand for school assistance is higher than ever, placing an immense burden on the already strained resources. Massachusetts has a proud history of prioritizing education and the well-being of its residents. It is imperative that we continue to lead by example and invest in our children's future. By allocating funds for universal school meals, we can ensure that no child in our state goes hungry and every student has an equal opportunity to succeed academically and beyond. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. We appreciate your dedication to serving the residents of Massachusetts and your commitment to improving the lives of our children. We look forward to hearing about your support for funding free universal school meals in the upcoming budget. Respectfully, all of us.
Are you making a motion?
And I move that we all sign it and send it to the to the joint committee of of Ways and Means.
And I will second it. Is there a discussion, councilors? Counselor Grow.
Just very briefly, food insecurity and hunger in our students is a real thing. And without this funding and without this program, children who otherwise would be receiving nutritious food at school would not. And that will impact every aspect of their lives. It will impact the lives of other students in the district. It is a critical obligation that we need to get our legislatures to back. And I fully support it. Thank you, Tony, for writing it.
And I would just like to add that Councilor Gross really took the lead and pulled this together. And it took quite a bit of work, and it's totally appreciated. He did this on our behalf and for all the children of Gloucester. So thank you, Councilor Gross. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, we're ready to roll call. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Absolutely.
Councilor Majota.
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
Yes, and thank you, Tony.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes, thank you, Tony.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes, and thank you to Councilor Gross.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you, Tony.
And Councilor Worthley.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. We have to sign it at City Hall in the next couple of days. So let's make sure we get that done because we don't want to miss the deadline because the conference committee can be taking this up any day. So as soon as we all get our signatures on it, we need to get that to the State House via email, but it's important. Okay, next order of business, Madam Clerk.
It's public hearing 2023-030, amending Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 22, Traffic and Motor Vehicles, Section 22-270.1. Resident sticker parking only by adding Apple Street both sides from the end of Browns Field Playground to Corliss Landing from May 1st through September 15th, and by adding Juniper Road, excuse me, both sides from Honeysuckle Road across Apple Street and to its end where it intersects with Corliss Avenue from May 1st through September 15th, and by adding Blueberry Lane for its entire length starting May 1st through September 15th.
Okay, so I'd like to open the public hearing and I'd like to ask if anybody here would like to speak in favor or in opposition. I see Bill Helmuth and okay, we'll go with this.
You got 2 hands raised?
Yeah, so far, yeah.
Hello.
Okay, welcome, and if you would introduce yourself in your address, you have 3 minutes to speak to the council, and thank you for your patience.
Okay, yeah, this is Bill Helmuth. I live at 7 Juniper Road, right here in Gloucester, down at Corliss Landing. And I am opposed to the proposition for the resident parking only signs for several reasons. One is it opens up parking on our neighborhood streets to basically any Gloucester resident. Right now, we're on a private road, private parking. We do have the right to regulate our own parking, but once those signs go up, then any resident who lives in Gloucester can park on our streets. And basically that means that our streets become overflow parking for Corliss Landing, which currently it is not. In an extreme case, any guest that parks at my house that doesn't have a resident sticker is subject to ticketing, even though they're parked in front of my house on my property, which really doesn't make any sense. And most importantly, it does absolutely nothing to address the traffic and noise issues, nor the repair of the roads. And these were problems causing quality of life issues. They were uncovered at the last meeting by Councilor O'Hara. He asked about quality of life and the issues that came up with noise on noise on Apple Street and the speed of the traffic. A parking regulation is not going to cure any of that. As a matter of fact, the proposed signage, with the proposed signage, I could drive my truck and my boat and trailer down Apple Street, launch my boat, come back up with a resident sticker, park anywhere on Apple Street that I wanted to, anywhere on Blueberry I wanted to, anywhere on Juniper Road that I wanted to, because I have a resident sticker. I don't believe that's what the residents are actually looking for as a solution. So what I'm proposing is that, like the cities of Boston, Arlington, and in particular, one of the examples that I sent to Jeff Worthley was from the city of Medford, and it basically outlines what the rules are for parking on private roads. So I'm suggesting that instead of the city installing resident parking only signs, that we address the issue by creating an ordinance that specifically spells out that public parking is not allowed on private ways. It should also include how neighbors can enforce the parking restrictions as described in the Medford documents that I actually forwarded to the entire city council a little while back. And as the second part of the solution, if the city wants to post signs to satisfy the request from the neighbors, I would suggest signage that reads private way, guest parking only, something to that effect, kind of a gentle reminder that you're on private property, you don't belong here.
Hey, Bill, I have to say that your 3 minutes is up right on the nick of time. So thank you so much for staying so late.
Okay.
Thank you. Next hand that's raised, public hearing. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Gretel Seeley. I live at 10 Juniper Road, and I support what Bill Helmuth just said. I think, I've lived here for 15 years, 3 doors down from Corliss Landing. I've never had an issue with parking in the neighborhood, and I'm concerned that this resident parking thing is just going to create an issue that doesn't resolve the real problem, which is, the traffic in the public road and the private roads and the repair. So, I really hope that the council will vote no on this and let us solve the road problems in a different way. Thanks.
Yeah.
So my name is Henry Morgan, and I'm at 11 Juniper Road, and I oppose this. I mean, we have no problems here, and I don't want to create a problem that we don't have.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Anybody else like to speak in favor or opposition? Oh, Bob Ryan, our traffic commissioner.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
You sure can.
Okay. Good evening, Council President Gilman, other city councilors, Madam Clerk Sinos and Clerk White. My name is Bob Ryan, 3 Blake Court here in Gloucester. I am speaking tonight in support of the resident sticker parking only orders before you this evening for Apple Street, Juniper Road, and Blueberry Lane. The resident sticker parking only ordinances are relatively new in the motor vehicle and traffic schedule ordinances. The ordinances came about to improve the safety, quality of life in neighborhoods and mitigate traffic congestion and illegal parking. Councilor Jackie Hardy and I worked together back in 2012, 2013 in the Lanesville area to eliminate problems around the quarries. In 2020, 2021, numerous streets were made resident sticker parking only to again improve the quality of life in neighborhoods around the beaches, namely Good Harbor Beach, Wingachi, Niles, and State Fort Park. Another location for resident sticker parking only was Fort Square. Again, the purpose of the ordinance, quality of life, safety, and reduction of illegal parking. Tonight, Corliss Landing is yet another area of the city and its surrounding streets that need attention and regulations. A petition has been presented for over 25 residents requesting help. In no other incident or area has a petition been put forth representing resident sticker parking only. Under the previous mayor, the city council, Chip Payson and legal, and the Gloucester City Council made over 30 streets resident sticker parking just 2 years ago. Today, the city has over 60 streets with resident sticker parking. 40% are on private roads. I don't mean to contradict Mr. Helmuth, but we've done it over 40% of the time in our ordinances already. In closing, I ask that you address the concerns of the residents around Corliss Landing by passing these orders before you this evening. Again, to alleviate trash, noise, illegal parking in the neighborhoods, thus improving the residents' quality of life, just as the council has done in previous neighborhoods throughout this great city. Again, thank you for the time.
Any further comments in favor or in opposition from members of the public?
Yeah.
Right. Any additional people that have not spoken to our council? I see none. Councilors, to Council Worthley's earlier comment, do we want to continue with this public hearing right now and get to the vote, or do we want to take a fresh breather and continue this to the next meeting where we left off? Does anyone have a motion to continue? Councilor Nolan, Chair of O&A.
I'd like to make a motion to continue these meetings, these hearings, to a later date for a fresher mind. It may not be as complex or time consuming as the budget, but this is going to have an awful lot of discussion that I can see going a lot longer than midnight just on this alone. I can tell by Jason's look, there's definitely going to be discussion on this.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let's just do this one public hearing first, and then we'll do the next one as a separate vote. We should take them up separately, because we've started this one, okay? So this is, so there's a motion by Councilor Nolan, seconded by Councilor O'Hara to continue this public hearing where we left off, which is continuation of public comments, to the next meeting. Is there a discussion on that motion? Councilor Worthley?
Yes, thank you. Did we set it to a certain date, or is it just to the next meeting, or what's your expectation for when people here can come again? At our next meeting in 2 weeks?
A certain date, yep, June 27th.
Okay. I support that.
Any further discussion, councilors? Okay, we need a majority vote to continue this. So Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross?
Yes.
Councilor Grow? Councilor Grow? Councilor, thumbs up.
Yes, sorry, I thought I was unmuted.
Councilor Majota?
Yes.
Councilor Memard?
Yes.
Councilor Nolan?
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara?
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill?
Yes.
Councilor Worthley?
Yes, thank you.
Yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. So we're continuing that public hearing. Do I need to say that this is being continued and gavel this? No, because I don't want to gavel.
You don't want to close.
Okay, thank you. It's been a long night. Appreciate it. I will refrain from the gavel, so.
All right, so the next public hearing is 2023-031 to amend Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 21, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, Article 1 in general, Section 21-1, prerequisite to acceptance of ways by striking current Section 21-1 and adding a new Section 21-1 prerequisite to acceptance of ways.
And I'd like to open the public hearing and ask if there is a motion to continue.
So moved.
You want to ask him, but you're to speak on it first.
Motion made
Second.
by Councilor Grow and seconded by Councilor Gross. Is there a discussion on the motion to continue? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross?
Yes.
Councilor Grow?
Yes.
Councilor Majota?
Yes.
Council Memard.
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
yes,
Council Worthley.
Yes, thank you.
The motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. To continue it till June 27th. Thank you. And to those who stayed so late on the call tonight, thank you. The next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is the city council statement regarding the 400th celebration.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can read all these names correctly. So 2003 marks 400 years since the, what?
So 2003.
Oh, I said 2023 marks 400 years since the English Dorchester Company landed on our shores. Gloucester sits on the ancestral homeland of the Pawtucket people and their neighbors in Massachusetts, Nipmuc, and Pennacook, and Wampanoag. Did I say that right? Wampanoag tribes?
Wampanoag.
I think it's Wampanoag.
Wampanoag. Wampanoag, thank you, Councilor Nolan. I don't even have to look at you, but I recognize your voice. Thank you. Please enjoy the year-long and multiple events throughout 2023, most of which will be free or low cost. Visit gloucesterma400.org for a list of upcoming events. Like and share the Gloucester 400 Facebook page. To receive major event notifications by email, send a request to info@gloucesterma400.org. And let's keep enjoying this 400th year celebration and encourage people that we talk to find out how they can get all this information and be part of this exciting year. So thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Council's request to the mayor.
Okay, any requests to the mayor, councilors? And I think you all know you can put them in on a weekly basis if you'd like, if we want to make this short. But we'll start with Council Gross.
No, I already talked to them. Thanks.
Council Grow.
I'm all good, thank you.
Council Majota.
I will send an email.
Council Memard.
We are talking.
Councilor Nolan.
All good.
Council O'Hara.
Thank you.
Council O'Neill.
all set, thanks.
Council Worthley.
I'm sorry to ruin the momentum of everybody being all set, but I'll be very brief. I have sent a couple of requests and I have a couple more I will send. I just wanted to, I guess, commend former acting Mayor Gilman for filling in for Mayor Verg while he's away. I know it was a very robust week with lots of events, and I thought you handled it very well. And specifically, I was at graduation, and I thought your speech was very inspiring. So just wanted to let everyone know I thought you did a good job.
But she says it didn't go to her head.
No, I'm happy being back here with you all, so, but thank you, Jeff, that means a lot.